Subscribe now and press the bell icon. Never miss an update.
Patterns in an unpredictable manner, at times causing massive devastation. Can we not mitigate the problems faced by farmers due to nature's fury? Can the science throw up answers to these and other pressing problems faced by the farmers? How to improve soil fertility, how to make crops climate resilient, and how to make it nutrition efficient, how to improve productivity with less water consumption.
Looking ahead, Vice President Naidu sees a new cadre of young agripreneurs emerging in the future. Noting that agriculture reforms announced by the government recently will have far-reaching effects, he has called for their effective implementation to yield more profitable and sustainable agricultural practices. In order to increase on-farm incomes, the Vice President has encouraged farmers to take up non-farm activities like dairy, poultry, fisheries, and explore the possibilities of establishing food processing units.
There has to be a renewed focus on agro industries, cold storage, warehousing, food processing, dairy, poultry, fisheries, value addition, and other non-farm avenues for generating income.
In his interactions with agricultural scientists, Vice President Naidu is keen to find out how well they are able to connect with the farming community and to what extent is research and work in laboratories providing useful support and relevant guidance to farmers. While emphasizing the need to boost farm output and increase incomes of farmers, Vice President Naidu lays stress on having a holistic perspective on agriculture.
I am sure that advancement in science and technology will spur economic growth, which in turn will lead to elimination of poverty and other challenges faced by mankind. I call upon the scientists to focus on addressing various challenges from climate change to poverty elimination.
For Vice President Naidu, progress in science and technology, advances in the medical field are vital to enhance the quality of human lives. In seeking solutions to the challenges faced by humanity, he calls for determined efforts to expand the frontiers of knowledge through proper research and systemic development in various scientific disciplines.
Science must find solutions to problems like increasing urbanization, pollution, urban-rural divide, growing antibacterial resistance, genetic and non-communicable diseases, water scarcity, and also tension in day-to-day life. If you have tension, you cannot pay attention. Simple.
While addressing students and the youth, Vice President Naidu highlights the grand scientific traditions of ancient India, its path-breaking advances in fields like mathematics, astronomy, metallurgy, medicine, and architecture.
India was renewed as Vishwaguru, as I was explaining to you. The ancient Indian education system has produced brilliant scholars like Charaka and Susruta, Aryabhatta, Bhaskaracharya, Chanakya, Patanjali, and numerous others. They made seminal contribution to the collective knowledge of the world in diverse fields. Swami Vivekananda once said, I quote, education is not the amount of information that we put into our brain and runs out there undigested. All your life, we must have life-building, man-making, character-making assimilation of ideas.
Exhorting the youth to continue this quest for excellence, Vice President Naidu staunchly advocates inculcating scientific temper in all schools and colleges.
I strongly believe that advancement in science and technology and a culture of innovation, area of paramount importance if we are to surge forward with a greater momentum on the path to inclusive and sustainable development. We have, as a civilization, been one of the most receptive societies that has welcomed good ideas from across the world. The Vedic seers have said, let noble thoughts come to us from all sides.
Civilizations are rooted in their cultures. Vice President Naidu calls culture the perennial fountain of inspiration that shapes thinking, behavior, and perspectives on life. His extensive engagements embrace a range of cultural, educational, media and spiritual events.
Arts nurture creativity in the society. Without a creative voice, a society will become stagnant. Without a creative voice, it will be only simply noise.
Vice President Naidu's abiding interest in Indian culture and artistic heritage found expression in his visit to Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore's house and when he delivered the Rabindranath Tagore Memorial Lecture this year. The Vice President also inaugurated the Ran Utsav and the Tyagraj Aradhana at Tiruvayur. He was chief guest at the Adi Mahotsav celebrations at Mandla, 87th Sivagiri Tirthadanam at Varkala and at the 66th National Film Award ceremony. His busy schedule has included numerous functions held to honor outstanding scholars, journalists, musicians and authors.
आज प्राकृतिक आपदाओं, प्रदूषित पर्यावरण से त्रस्त विश्व जब प्रकृति सम्मतस्थायी विकास के रास्ते खोज रहा है, हमारा जनजातीय समुदाय के पास पीढ़ियों का अनुभव प्राप्त वह ज्ञान और विद्या है जो भविष्य के लिए स्थायी, समावेशी और प्रकृति सम्मत विकास सुनिश्चित कर सकता है.
The Vice President is keen that the younger generation never loses sight of the glorious chapters in Indian history. He reminds them about the vast treasure that is Indian culture, while calling for conscious efforts to make this knowledge, wisdom and skill available to a larger audience. Equally, he underscores the need to nurture the fine arts and propagate the classical as well as folk performing arts.
So we should all really maintain this cultural diversity, and there should be platforms that has to build to promote and propagate this timeless stories of unbreakable bonds of unity. They have to be maintained. Our cultural diversity must always remain the vehicle of unity, peace, prosperity and joy. Spirituality is the basis for all religions. There is an inherent unity among all the religions. The same spiritual thread binds them together.
Vice President's oft-repeated statement, culture and nature for a better future, demonstrates his remarkable insight into how both culture and nature nourish us, sustain us, and improve the quality of life.
While planning the city, there must be cycle tracks, there must be pedestrian paths, there must be, as I told you, more greenery. Wherever I am going, I am telling the youngsters, love the nature, live with the nature. Love and live with the nature, that is the need of the hour. This has to be understood by all. Nature is very important. We have to take advantage of the nature. The sun, the light, the air, the water, all these things should be kept out of pollution. Otherwise, we will be affected.
We have a huge demographic advantage waiting to be converted into a demographic dividend. 65% of our population is below 35 years. 50% of our population is below 25 years. We should not miss this opportunity. We should enhance access to knowledge and skills to all children so that each one of them realizes his or her innate potential.
India's growth story is tied to the talent and energy of its youth. In numerous convocation addresses, Vice President Naidu has mentioned the tremendous opportunities that are open to skilled and professionally competent Indian youth, never failing to stress the need to combine their knowledge with ethical, humane attitude.
The need of the hour is to channelize the energies of the youth in constructive nation-building activities. My advice to youth is to shun negativism and not to encourage violence. Be positive.
While laying stress on equitable opportunities to learn and grow, Vice President Naidu pays special attention to the education of girls, the specially abled and the marginalized population. Good education, he says, not only reduces social inequalities but fuels innovation and creativity for sustainable and rapid growth. Education as an instrument of social transformation and national development is a concept that resonates in many of his addresses. Another recurring theme is his call to the youth to connect with the motherland and not to forget their mother tongue. Vice President Naidu firmly believes that not only must we be rooted in our native soil, but also have the ability to make a mark in the global canvas with our intelligence and diligence.
Language is a vehicle of intergenerational transmission of culture, scientific knowledge, and also a world view. We in India are fortunate to be heirs to a great linguistic tradition. Our country is a linguistic treasure house. Ours is a nation that is widely acknowledged for its extraordinary linguistic and cultural diversity. The plurality and coexistence of multiple languages add color and vitality to our country and make it unique.
Vice President Naidu has often revealed his profound reverence for Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, not only for integrating more than 550 princely states into the Indian Union, but also for leaving India a lasting legacy of a sound administrative structure, its civil service designed to provide good governance.
It was the vision and foresight of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel that led to creation of All India services. He wanted the civil service to serve the people with jealously, with impeccable integrity, honesty and dedication. The officers of the government are the most valuable and trusted partners in the development of all regions. A civil servant like all of us Indians owes allegiance to the Constitution and consequently has a fundamental duty to strive hard to create a just society with equal opportunities for all citizens.
Emphasizing Surajya or good governance, Vice President Naidu has repeatedly underscored the critical importance of people-centered, responsive administration. He believes that a good policy is only a statement of political will, which he emphasizes needs to get translated into effective implementation.
Taking a leaf out of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel's life and the extraordinary mission accomplished by him, I would suggest that we focus on strengthening the program implementation and building up the competence and credibility of the institutional structures and adopt a work ethic that keeps national interest at the top and public welfare at its core.
As the chairman of the Indian Institute of Public Administration, Vice President Naidu has been highlighting the need to share and adapt good practices from across the globe.
Our children, when they leave the portals of the university, must be enlightened citizens, become responsible citizens. Our campuses must not become safe havens for politics of hate and violence to thrive. Academic endeavors and co-curricular initiatives must attain primacy in our universities and not factionalism or divisive tendencies.
In his focus on development, the Vice President constantly interacts with industry leaders, encouraging them to set higher benchmarks in excellence and innovation. At the same time, reminding them the need for ethical practices and fulfill their corporate social responsibility.
India has a billion dreams to nurture, nourish and take to fruition. I hope that Indian industry will be an equal partner in India's quest for sustainable and inclusive development.
Vice President Venkaiah Naidu visited 21 countries in the last 3 years. During the third year in office from August 2019, he has visited 6 countries. They included the 3 Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia and 2 countries in Africa, Comoros and Sierra Leone. He also led the Indian delegation to the Non-Aligned Movement Summit in Azerbaijan.
Let us make our movement align with that overreaching objective of improving the quality of life of our people. Let us be aligned with the forces of peace and development. Peace is the prerequisite for progress. If you have tension, you cannot pay attention. So we must all work towards achieving the larger aim of bringing peace across the globe. This is a message that I bring to NAM on behalf of 1.3 billion Indians.
In his personal meetings with heads of state and in the delegation level discussions, the Vice President articulated India's vision of building cordial friendships and enduring partnerships with all countries around the globe. He underscored the Indian worldview that sees all peoples in various countries as members of a large global family. In all his foreign visits, the Vice President addressed the Indian diaspora, To them, he has conveyed the India growth story, inviting them to contribute to it in whatever manner they possibly could.
You must have heard of the 3 Ds, which stand for democracy, demand and demographic dividend. The Indian diaspora is the 4th D, and I wish to reiterate here that you are a very important component of India's march to an inclusive, equitable and prosperous nation.
Vice President Naidu met many world leaders during their visits to India. They included President Donald Trump of the United States of America, President Kaitmagin Batulga of Mongolia, President Jair Messias Bolsonaro of Brazil, President Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa of Portugal. In his discussions with them, Vice President Naidu has advocated the need to set up a just and responsive world order through a reformed United Nations and create a world free from terrorism.
No country in the world is immune to consequence of terror, and now therefore curbing this menace would require a united response from the world nations.
Vice President Naidu was honoured by the government of Comoros with the Order of the Green Crescent, the highest civilian honour of Comoros. In a heartwarming message, the Vice President underscored the bonds that unite nations and the need to work together to bring lasting peace and sustainable development.
Let me, before concluding, quote 2 quotations, one from your national anthem and another from ancient Indian text that illuminates our collective future journey. First is your resolve to raise an independent nation and love your country, your religion and the world. Narikeni Aniya, Revendya Otamiya, Mahaba Yadine, Na Second is the Holy Indian vision, altered by the Vedic sages almost 4,000 years ago. Samani va akuti, samana hrudayanavaha, samanam astu, ko mano yata va susahasti. Just as different elements in the universe coexist harmoniously, let us all work together, united by a common purpose, with a cordial, calm and composed approach.
The Vice President hosted a luncheon in honor of Her Excellency Mrs. Dang Thi Ngoc Thien, Vice President of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam in Delhi. His Excellency Wang Yi, State Councillor and Foreign Minister of the People's Republic of China, also called on the Vice President. In addition, the Vice President, who is also the Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, met parliamentary delegations from France, the European Union, Cameroon, Maldives and Canada. Till March this year, the Vice President had a busy and eventful schedule, one that involved travel across the country along with meetings and events. The nationwide lockdown brought everything to a halt. It was a time to stay at home, a time for reflection, virtual meetings, and a time to adapt to a new normal in the wake of the pandemic. That is when Vice President Naidu embarked on a mission connect. He made hundreds of telephone calls to his friends, teachers, long-time associates, old and new acquaintances, relatives, MPs, spiritual leaders and journalists to inquire about their well-being and to exchange views. The Vice President had conversations with prominent spiritual gurus of all faiths, talking to them about how they were guiding and motivating people in these challenging times. The Vice President took great joy in speaking with the people of Udayagiri, the Assembly constituency in Nellore district in Andhra Pradesh, from where he started his political journey after being elected as an MLA in 1978. The Vice President also spoke to several social workers and his fellow travellers in various struggles and agitations during his days as a politician. He found it immensely satisfying to hear of their efforts to help the needy and vulnerable population during these testing times. Media persons past and present in Delhi, Hyderabad, Chennai, Vijayawada, Nellore and other places said that they were touched by the gesture of the Vice President of India, calling them to inquire about their health and well-being. They gave him their account of COVID-19 situation in their respective areas. Deeply concerned about the disruptive impact of COVID-19 on the studies of students, Vice President Naidu has been constantly monitoring the progress of education in the country during the pandemic. Interacting with governors in the early days of the nationwide lockdown in March, Naidu, who is the Chancellor of Delhi, Pondicherry and Punjab universities and the head of the IIPA, urged them to explore the possibility of conducting online classes to complete the curriculum. In a video conference with the Vice Chancellors of the Delhi, Hyderabad, Pondicherry, Punjab and Makhanlal Chaturvedi universities and the Director of the Indian Institute of Public Administration, the Vice President urged the institutions to reach out to students, promote collaborative learning and self-learning. He also said online courses will supplement face-to-face learning that he foresees will become the new normal once the country tides over the current crisis. The Vice President also continued his practice of reaching people through various articles on social and developmental issues. He guided people on how to cope with the disruptive pandemic through a number of articles in newspapers in various languages. His posts on Facebook and other social media platforms exhorted people to follow safety norms and adopt a healthy lifestyle with a positive attitude. Adapting to the new virtual mode of communication, Vice President Naidu launched a book on the future of higher education, 9 mega trends. He also launched the first of its kind domestic social media app Elements, developed by Indian software experts. Through the virtual medium, the Vice President delivered the keynote address at the National Convention of the Indian Association of Architects. On International Day of Yoga, Vice President Naidu addressed a virtual yoga shivir organized by SPICPK. His clear message to the people during the pandemic was that while we invariably have to push the reset button, we should avoid pressing the panic button. Vice President Naidu further called on people to do whatever is needed to stay safe with optimism. The Vice President has warmly welcomed the calibrated approach of the Union government led by Prime Minister Modi in ensuring that not only is the hardship caused by the pandemic mitigated, but also that the present crisis opens new doors of opportunity. Calling the government's reforms in agriculture and its support to the medium and small enterprises major path-breaking initiatives, Vice President Naidu has hoped that the Atmanirbhar Bharat mission will be the foundation for transforming India's development landscape. In the last 3 years, the Vice President of India, M. Venkaiah Naidu, has made it his mission to connect with people from all across the country, from farmers to scientists, students to administrators, artists and artisans. He has tried to understand people's problems, engage them in conversations, even as he has communicated solutions while bringing crucial issues to the center stage. One can be sure that for the Vice President of India, this communication will be a constant endeavor. One that will bear fruit by bringing about a holistic and positive change in the lives of people in their outlook, attitudes and approach to national goals and challenges in the journey towards a new India.
Hello and welcome to Security Scan. I am Vishal Dahiya, and this week we will talk about integrated air defense weapon system which is being offered by the United States of America to India. Just a few days ahead of President Donald Trump's visit to India, the US administration has approved the sale of integrated air defense weapon system to India at an approximate cost of $1.9 billion. Now, this will help India expand its existing air defense architecture and upgrade the capabilities. According to the notification issued by USA's Defense Security Cooperation Agency, the Integrated Air Defense Weapon System, that is IADWS, will include 5 Sentinel radar systems, 118 AMRAAM missiles, 134 Stinger missiles, multispectral targeting system Model A, canister launchers, high mobility launchers, dual mount Stinger air defense systems, and vehicle-mounted Stinger Rapid Ranger air defense systems. Now, the principal contractors involved in this program are Raytheon Corporation and Kongsberg Defence and Aerospace. So how will these weapon systems add more heft to India's air defense mechanism? And for more on this, we're joined by a distinguished panel of guests in the studio today. Let me first introduce them to you, beginning with retired Air Vice Marshal P.K. Srivastava, our defense expert, Mr. Lieutenant General V.K. Saxena, distinguished fellow from VIF and an air defense expert. And we have with us Mr. Manu Pabbi as well, senior editor, Economic Times, somebody who looks at the Defense Department and the stories as well. Let me begin with the two gentlemen here first, and let's try and understand what exactly is an integrated air defense mechanism or the weapon system. And let me begin with you, Lieutenant General Saxena, since you've handled the air defense aspect very intricately. What do we make of when we talk about the integrated air defense mechanism or the integrated air defense weapon system?
Sir, if you have to understand the integrated air defense weapon system, we have to go into a little background. There was a time in 60s and 70s when the air threat used to be delivered by the binary pair of first and second generation aircrafts and helicopters. They used to be operating with unguided bombs and rockets and operating in a visual domain. So that time the air defenses used to be the normal guns deployed in multiple rings or single rings around the vulnerable areas and vulnerable points, and that was considered an adequate air defense, which was called a point defense, which you used to call point defense. Now from 60s and 70s and last 4 to 5 decades, the air threat has grown exponentially in two forms. One is a multiplicity of air threat vehicles, and one is an exponential increase in range and reach. What is multiplicity of air threat vehicles? Today, that binary pair of aircraft and helicopter is today third, fourth and fifth generation aircraft, armed to the teeth with stealth and other magics. The very, very lightning and deadly attack helicopters capable of flying map of the earth. The dull, dirty and dangerous unarmed aerial systems which can do all-terrain, all-weather flying and also combined with the the manned platforms in the MUMT. Then you have the cruise missile. Then you have a huge arsenal of smart and intelligent munition, precision guided munition, standoff to be delivered in a vehicle standing off hundreds of kilometers away. Now to do this threat, to counter this threat, requires a family of ground-based air defense weapon system combined with air defense at air and at sea.
Okay.
What is the requirement today? The requirement is that this air threat needs to be recognized at the longest possible range, number one. It has to be identified whether it is friend or foe. The duplication among number of air threat vehicles has to be reduced to get to the recognized air situation picture. The air threat has to be prioritized with respect to the VAVP which is being protected as to which is the most threatening aircraft. Thereafter, the weapon system most suitable to engage that has to be decided automatically, whether aircrafts or guns or missiles or whatever. The target has to be designated. The air defense battle has to be controlled minute to minute. All this in a matter of few fleeting minutes. Now, for doing all this, high degree of automation is required in battle management and control, number one. Number two, for delivering successive punishment and seamless punishment. Successive means at a long distance start and seamlessly shift from weapon to weapon till the time either you destroy the threat or the threat abandons the attack. To do that, you require an integrated system of weapons, the shooters, sensors and battle management system. The shooters, the weapons consist of, starting from the lowest end, the guns which may be towed or self-propelled, very short range air defense system 6 to 7 kilometers, then short range air defense system 20-30 kilometers, medium range surface to air missiles, because that long range missiles are there, more than 70 to more than 100 kilometers, and long range missiles more than 100 kilometers. This family is only teeth. Now what about these sensors? You require sensors, long range early warning sensors, tactical control radars which designate the target, IFF system which recognizes the friend and foe, the totally automated system which create the recognized air situation picture. All this is combined together, and when integrated both in air and ground as well as fleet on sea, is called an integrated air defense system.
Okay.
Now what you are talking about, integrated air defense weapon system, is a family of system which they are saying, but integrated in a manner as to take out or to counter the threat of today's, that is 21st century, multi-dimensional, multi-spectral, multi-platform threat, both in the hard kill weapon as well as the soft kill weapon.
Okay, we'll come to the IADWS in a little while, but when you spoke about the integrated air defense mechanism, it also has, as you pointed out, the ground element and the air element as well. Let me bring in Air Marshal Srivastava here. On the air element specifically, how is that part of the overall integrated structure? That's one. And two, as an a former Air Force guy, how do you look at this entire integrated air defense mechanism?
See, when we talk about the integrated air defense mechanism, it's about any kind of threat which emanates from anywhere, including the ballistic missile threat. Can it be handled by the current architecture or not? For this specific context, taking forward from where General has said, for this specific context, we have to keep in mind that this weapon system, which we call NASAMS-2 or National Advanced Air Defense System, what you have been calling as Integrated Air Defense System.
Weapon system.
This same thing is the first network-centric system available to us.
Okay.
Now we ought to see this in the context of other layers which are there. I'll come to the first layer. The first layer is ballistic missile defense, for which there's a program, already AD program is there, and it has given rise to two segments. One is advanced air defense, and another is called, that is AAD, and that is called PAD, which is Prithvi Air Defense. Advanced air defense goes right up to the 15 kilometers to 20 kilometers, and beyond that up to 80 to 100 kilometers, we are taking care in altitude, we are taking care with the help of PAD. Now, they go up to the range of 2000 kilometers. So that is your first layer. I'm now talking in the context of Delhi, which is the seat for nuclear authority, political authority, and the military authority. This is not one of those VAVPs which needs to be defended only in one go. This is a very, very extremely vulnerable VAVP. It has to be defended through all kinds of weapons. Now, if you see at this layer, the technology which is there, which is indigenous. BMD is indigenous, being developed by DRDO. You come to the next layer, which we are trying to build, and that is through S-400 Triumph. That's the Russian technology. That's where we'll have the second layer coming up. And this second layer sees up to 400 kilometers. Then you come to the third layer, which is MRSAM or LRSAM, which is being done with the help of IAI and DRDO. Again, this layer is again Indian technology. Of course, Israelis are involved, but this technology is a mix. Then you come to the next layer, that is Akash weapon system. Now Akash is again indigenous. So somebody who wants to penetrate, he has to penetrate through all the technologies. Now we got this NASAMS-2, which is Western technology. NASAMS-2 is a network-centric weapon. It can very easily be linked to the current acquisitions like Apache, Chinook, C-130J, C-17, and all the other platforms which are coming, because it has got compatibility with Link 16, the tactical military communication network, which links all these things. You can also switch over very quickly to NATO grid, because you got now this. And to support this, what we are talking about, we already have signed SISMOA equivalent, compatibility, Communication Compatibility and Security Act. We already have signed LIMOA, Logistics Exchange, and VICR is one for the geospatial that, of course, we are not signed. Or 3 NATO countries, actually, they signed 3 of these agreements, and then they become part of the NATO grid. So it can be netted. Now I'll come to NASAMS-2. NASAMS-2 is the one which sees from air down to the ground. And that's why you must be wondering why we bought assault rifles. We bought Stingers also along with it. Actually, the sensor here It gives visual feed and also the radar feed.
Okay.
That makes it interesting. Visual feed, the radar here is helicopter, it can be lifted by helicopter. You can put it on a tower top if you want to, and it sees minus 10 degrees down. So it can map the surrounding areas. So if somebody is trying to come through you or destroy the system which is deployed with the help of ground forces, that can also be arrested.
Okay.
And Stinger missiles can take up lower levels of threat, which has been very aptly explained by the general.
Okay.
So that's how the architecture goes.
Okay.
So it becomes a necessary core of the architecture to defend the seat of military, political and nuclear authority.
Okay, well, we'll come to the finer details of the architecture as well, but one point which you clarified here is that this is another layer of defense which we are adding to our entire air defense mechanism. Let me bring Manu here. Manu, the fundamental question here is that we are developing our indigenous capabilities as well, and something which Air Marshal Srivastava has answered in terms of the technical details. But if we look at other aspects in terms of financial aspects as well, S400 Triumph, then we have this particular IADWS which has been cleared, which we intend to buy, and our own indigenous capabilities as well. So is it does it look like a bit too much here?
See, the problem here is everyone understands the core issue is protection of Delhi, and nobody will disagree with that. But the problem is, how much does it cost to do that? And as we've seen in the reports, it's going to cost $1.8 billion. Now that's a lot of money. And as has been brought out, we have been developing our own systems. What happened with the S400 buy that we got from the Russians? It's a great system with a lot of range and capability, but does it give us technology? It does not. Does this one give us technology? We don't know yet. So how long will we be dependent on these systems? Look at the kind of systems we have in place right now when it comes to air defense. You have Israelis, you have the Americans now, you have the Russian systems, you have your own systems, and possibly in the future you might have a French system because they're also competing for some.
So the interoperability might be an issue. Is that
so
what you're pointing out?
The issue is not just interoperability. Of course, that's an issue, and I think US and Russia will have a problem with this deal because S400 and NASAMS on the same system, will there be transfer technology? Will there be some issues? I think we will have to sort that out.
We'll bring the gentleman on that part.
Yeah, but the issue that I'm saying is, why are we spending so much money on systems which we are buying from abroad with limited or no technology? And I think if the same amount of money, if it is plowed into our own research, and DRDO has shown its capability of making a range of missiles. Right from now, we've seen them to do Astra, which is the air-to-air missile, which is actually the same AIM, which is part of the NASAM. So we have a similar class of missile under development. So can we use that money better? And instead of buying from abroad and spending our money, I think there has to be a thought on perhaps doing this at home. Okay. And this system itself, as you brought out earlier, is two companies, right? It's American and a Norwegian company. So they're already doing it with
Raytheon and Kongsberg.
Yes, so they are doing it with a foreign partner. Okay. So if you look at that model, perhaps India can develop something with the Americans. That would perhaps be a better model for both our exports thing and also for technology absorption.
Okay, now that's a very important point. Before we go into the details of IADWS or the finer technical aspects, Jan Saxena and Air Marshal Srivastava, I would like to bring you both on this aspect which Manu has raised. One, the cost aspect, and second is the interoperability.
Sir, I will take on what Manu has brought out. The point is very, very relevant. All through my service, I have always been called the indigenous general because I always believed in indigenous systems. But what happens when the trade and technology, when the technology to defend or to counter the threat which is staring in your eye demands a unduly unacceptable time frame to develop a weapon system, it is always better to get a weapon system and then try and get your indigenous capability. Now I'll try to put in perspective all these weapon systems so that you understand that each has a place of itself.
Okay.
Now start from the I was talking about the integrated air defense weapon system family. Start with, I'm not talking about the guns, I'll start with the missiles. Now very short range air defense missiles which are called the VICR. There is a case, you are aware that there is a case for tri-service case for getting it, but there is also a move by the BDL and our own transfer of technology. Sooner than later initially we either will go with one of the three VICR system which the DAC has approved, the Russian system as the L1 bidder, or whatever system comes through. This system over a period of time will become an indigenous system. Today no, but tomorrow yes.
Okay.
Go to the next step, SRSAP. Both of us are sitting here. between the two of us, we had the great honor of inducting the state-of-the-art SRSAM system in the Indian Army and in the Indian Air Force, of course for me in the Indian Army, of the Akash weapon system. Today it is not only a success story, it is also a very, very good potential export market. But what is the range? 25, 35, 30 kilometers. Keep the range in mind always. Okay. Come to the MRSAM, the medium range, 60, 70 kilometer to 100 plus kilometer. IAI, the Air Marshal has brought out, also getting, now see the range, 6 to 7, 20 to 30, 60 to 70, 100 plus LRSAM, one variety of air defense weapon system. In this, the complete channel is indigenous. VICR tomorrow, Akash today. There is another weapon system of the SRSAM variety. It is called the Quick Reaction Surface to Air Missile.
QRSAM.
It is QRSAM, which we discussed here also for mechanized forces. Today, Bell and DRDO, they have certain shortcomings still. They have to still come good on many of the Army's requirement and the system services requirement. But tomorrow we'll have our own QRSAM system.
Okay.
Tomorrow we'll have. This is one variety. One is air defense system. We'll take on aircrafts, cruise missiles, surface to air missiles and others. Other systems are anti-missile systems, which are ballistic missile, totally different kettle of fish. Not air defense weapons. They are ballistic missile defense weapon system to take out ballistic missiles of the ranges 2000 kilometer up to 5000 kilometer, like that. In that, again our indigenous tree standing strong. BMD already brought out, program AD, 2 phases, phase 1, phase 2. Phase 1 up to 2000 kilometer, phase 2 up to 5000 kilometer. Phase 1 already operational in 2012, phase 2 operational by 2016, but yet some portions have to be operationalized from scientists to the strategic forces command.
Okay.
Fine.
Okay.
Now with this variety, what is lacking now? This BMD of ours, by the time we produce the adequate amount of fire units, and you are also aware of Delhi Area Defense Plan and the VIP 89 security plan, that means the not only national capital, the National Command Authority, the National Nuclear Authority, the VIPs, the seat of power, the seat of government, the strategic core of our countries is to be defended. For that, what we have got, we got our own BMD. That much is not adequate, and therefore we again following the Russian line, and the S-400 5.43 billion came about.
Okay.
Now with this, don't talk of air defense weapons. There's one line, but look at the gap in the political capital protection. That is where this, of course, tomorrow, if the BMD is allowed to run its course and it adequate amount time passes through, this BMD will become a system of our own and will defend every particular seat of power, everything.
Okay, so you're saying that meanwhile, while we don't have it, meanwhile it makes prudent sense to go ahead and bring it.
Because the threat to the national capital, the threat to your nuclear command authority is today live and staring in the face.
Okay,
so
and that is why procure it first and develop it
now
later.
See,
maybe.
NASAM, what is the ranges of NASAM? 55 kilometer, one range, 105 kilometer, AMRAAM 120C, 180 kilometers, 55. Now you see, compare it with the ranges of MRSAM.
We already have.
You see, little ahead, and still shorter than the S-400. S-400 what range is? 120, 250, 400. Now look at that range. See, the whole game is range and altitude bracket. One is air defense of aircraft, missiles and so on. One is ballistic missile defense.
So basically we are looking at the entire spectrum in terms of both range and the capability as well.
But we have the capability to become indigenous. As Manu has said, great sense, and what Manu is saying, tomorrow and times to come, the air defense of our country has to be in indigenous hands and indigenous capability.
Okay, the indigenous capability definitely is the way ahead and the final answer there. But the interoperability part, Air Marshal, specifically, if you could address that.
So I'll add to that part what General was saying. Basically, what we are trying to say that the cost is a major barrier. We all know that it should be indigenous. There's no doubt about it. And we have seen on many programs, you've been talking about it in a very strong way. But the issue is, if you are very weak on the aircraft side, the aircraft are providing the air defense. We have still not procured the second bouquet of aircraft, 115 aircraft which are yet to come. So what do you do in the meantime when the threat is staring at you? You secure your seat of political, nuclear and military authority positively. In that sense, any threat, whether it's of ballistic nature, in that sense, or it is of coming through the stratosphere, that is of normal air nature, we need to counter that. And this is one system which will provide you that flexibility. Second thing which I have been harping upon is that a threat which is going to counter you will be in terms of technology. And if you put in technology barriers, somewhere it is indigenous, then it comes Russian, then it is Western origin, the technology penetration by any other system which enemy deploys will not be possible to penetrate to the total technology. So that way there is a great advantage in this.
Okay.
Third thing which you must keep in mind, when the D-Day comes and everything goes very, very wrong, hopefully it will not go, but we must prepare for that. That's what the military planning is all about. What do? You can very quickly switch over to NATO network. Very quickly, because you already have the agreements in place. You have that link 16, which is a tactical military link, secure, jam resistant, and absolutely in place. And in your platforms which you bought from US, they all have this link 16 compatibility.
Okay.
That gives the interoperability of speaking, passing on the op orders, and putting that platform into the assistance of safeguarding the national capital. So I would say, for the time being, when we are passing through an indigenous route and evolving, and we are trying to get into it, and we want to become net centric, it's a good experiment that we do this. Of course, cost will always it'll bog me down. I may not be very much in tune with the cost which you're paying for it.
Okay,
but that is a negotiations issue.
This is still a work in progress. This is an approval which is there from the US side. Might be negotiated further.
The management systems are a very critical point to just be made here. One line I will make it here. You see, sir, we have for the air defense system, we already have in place a battle management system which runs across the 3 services. Already there. For the ballistic missile defense, we have a command and control authority which runs on the command and control chain. Anything which comes from any source, don't think that they will bring their own architecture and sit over it. They have to be made interoperable with our spine. With our spine. Integrated air defense command and control system today integrates each and every air defense weapon, be it air, be it ground, be it sea. Yet there are some handshake problems which are being addressed. Fine. Similarly, ballistic missile defense system has a complete command control hierarchy. Who will press the button? Who will give the order? How?
Okay.
If you get a system from US, from Russia, the first requirement is come on to this spine of ours.
Okay.
So that is interoperability point very critically to be made.
Okay, so that is something, the handshake part and the cost part out there. Manu, 2 points which you raised and very in detail and explicitly explained by both the gentlemen here. Let's now move on to the one final aspect, and we are running short of time. But if you look at the defense relations, defense ties between both these countries, they go deep down. And this would add one more feather into this entire network of the defense ties between India and the United States.
Yeah, and you have to also see the context of Russia in here. Traditional old ally. Most of our systems of air defense are Russian origin. We just bought the S-400 for a $5.6 billion. So yes, this kind of a deal also has a political connotation to it. And remember, we bought the S-400 at a time when this system was not on offer to us, nor was the THAAD, nor was the Patriot. So we were not getting these type of systems from the Western powers. Now with the S-400 in place, America has offered it. So that's why that's in the clearance we heard just ahead of the President's visit also holds significance. And this adds to what has been happening with India and the US. Particularly, we have been getting closer on the naval front because we see a threat to the Indian Ocean region. So we've been operating together. We have common platforms. But now moving to this is a step ahead for sure. The only thing I would like to see is that this does not remain a buyer-seller relationship, and this should not just be a pure sell. We should use this opportunity. If you're going to spend $2 billion, they should use this to gain technology, gain key areas, and perhaps develop the system on our own and export it to other countries, which Norway and the US have been doing, and we are just a customer there.
Okay.
We want to be the producer of this system.
Okay, so it's all about having the technology and utilizing it as well, and the indigenous aspect, as General Saxena pointed out. Concluding comments from you, Air Marshal Srivastava.
I would say the purchase part, it appears very costly now because we do not know the details whether technology transfer is taking place or not taking place, and we do not know so many details as of now. But it's a matter of negotiations. But for the sake of our political capital and for the sake of the kind of defense we want and the architecture to be fully complemented, I think this kind of net-centric, already operationalized air defense system is probably the need of the hour when we are lacking in aircraft air defense. Because with a depleting fleet of aircraft, we need to cater something in between. For that, it may, if you see, contrast with respect to that, you may find it is not a very bad or very costly solution, because when you buy the aircraft, you'll be spending somewhere to the tune of about $15 billion.
And we need to boost the air defense mechanism.
Air defense, then we need to mature it and then bring into the system.
Okay.
Because that's going to defend your skies.
Okay.
So once that is not in place so much and the aircraft fleet is depleting, we need to factor in somewhere, and that's where it comes in place.
Okay. John Saxena, your final words on the matter?
One more credit to our country today in this air defense scenario is that we are able to command, or we are a buyer, that's all right. But at the same time, the technology of our own indigenous capability also stands very strong. At the same time, we are able to accommodate the two giants without interference from each other. There was a time when they said, if S-400 is taken, nothing from US, this, that and the other. We stood our ground, S-400 is coming, and now US turns around and said, no, take S-400, fine, but we are offering A, B, C again. But they also know at the back of their mind that here is India, which is gaining its indigenous muscle slowly. You see in Def Expo, 60 to 70% of air defense, aerospace has indigenous wings. Indigenous wings, everything. Talk about the communication, command control, battle management, electronic warfare, all indigenous capability. They know it very well. They also know that the NASAM will not be an endless game that Madhu has brought out. Spend money to gain cutting edge technology, protect yourself today from the threat of tomorrow. But day after tomorrow, tell them, thank you very much, here is our system, will you like to take it?
Build your own system in the meantime and be self-reliant as well. So there it is, all the details about the integrated air defense weapon system which is being offered by the United States of America to India, and its relevance as well. Where does it fit in the entire air defense mechanism? How will it give more heft to our capabilities, and what needs to be done on the indigenous aspect as well to ensure that we become self-reliant? We'll come back again next week with a different topic. Till then, keep watching Rajya Sabha Television. Hello and welcome to Rajya Sabha Television. You are watching Security Scan with me, Vishal Dahiya, and this week we will talk about theatre command. The Chief of Defence Staff, General Bipin Rawat, has recently spelled out the roadmap for restructuring the armed forces. While the Air Defence Command, led by Indian Air Force, will be rolled out by early 2021, a study will be commissioned by the end of the March this year to explore the idea of having an Indian Ocean-centred Peninsular Command by merging the Eastern and Western Naval Commands. Now, another study on theaterization of commands will be in place by the end of this year. Based on the recommendations, the theatre commands are likely to be rolled out by 2022. As of now, India has 19 commands amongst 3 armed forces, out of which only 2, that is Andaman Nicobar Command and the Strategic Forces Command, are tri-services commands. So what exactly is theatrization of the armed forces, or what are theatre commands, and how will it add to the heft of the Indian armed forces? What exactly is required? For more on this, we're joined by a distinguished panel of guests in the studio today. Let me first introduce them to you, beginning with retired Brigadier Dr. Rajiv Bhutani with us. We also have with us retired Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha and Mr. Mayank Singh, senior journalist who keeps a tab on the defense issues and aspects as well. Let me begin with you, Brigadier Bhutani, and let's start by understanding the concept of theatre commands.
Now, let me first answer a very simple question. That is, what is theatre? In military parlance, theatre is a contiguous geographical area over which the military operations are carried out. And theatre is not a new term. It has been in existence, or rather it became dominant during World War II. When Field Marshal Montgomery in North Africa, he moved his supporting Air Force headquarters from Alexandria to El Amin, where his 8th Army headquarters are located. Thereafter, you know the Normandy landings. That is a classic example where the integration between various services of different countries was achieved. The same thing was followed in Korea, but thereafter the lesson was forgotten. And the United States, they came with the Goldwater-Nicholas Act of 1986, and in 1986 onwards, they constituted what we call theater command. They call it combatant commands. And they got total 9 in number. And these combatant commands are aligned according to their geographical area or even globally as per their function. And the various departments of our services, of their armed forces, that is Army, Navy, Air Force and the Marine Corps, they report to a single combatant commander. And the combatant commander in turn to carry out his operation, he gets the order straight from President.
Okay.
So that is in case of US.
So how does that translate into the Indian scenario when we look at what is being proposed right now and what we have?
Yeah, that's right. Now, we Indians are not lacking in our thinking. In fact, our thinking goes back that ancient history I'll talk later, but I can say in the later 1980s, our illustrious strategic thinker like Mr. K. Subramaniam, who is father of our Minister of External Affairs S. Jaishankar, and even Lieutenant General S.K. Sinha, a soldier statesman, they have been talking about that we should have theatre commands and the combined defence staff, the Chief of Defence Staff. And but what happened that there was no political will and there was a bureaucratic interference resulting into a number of committees and all, and that's how what we now got is because of our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, that once he took over in 2014, you can say in 2015 Combined Commanders Conference, he showed his concern for lack of jointness among the 3 armed forces. What he said was that jointness at the top is a need that is long overdue.
Okay.
Thereafter in 2017, 21st January, in Indian Military Academy, Dehradun, there was another conference of Combined Commanders where Admiral Sunil Lamba, who was the Chairman Chief of Staff Committee, he gave a presentation about the theatre command. And I must admire that the Prime Minister had the courage of conviction and he got that foresight that immediately after taking over on the next tenure, he initiated that concept.
Okay, so the ball has been set rolling as far as the restructuring is concerned. Admiral Sinha, I'd like to bring you in here, and the entire process of restructuring has been talked about a lot, as Brigadier Bhutani also pointed out. The history and the timeline as well. But if you look at the specifics, and if you look at the proposal which is being talked about by the Chief of Defence Staff, General Bipin Rawat, how do you look at this entire proposal and specifically the Peninsular Command?
What is good that has happened is that the CDS has the power to take these decisions and carry them forward. Unlike the old time when the decisions were very late to come and it used to take some time to implement. But here it is a foregone conclusion, it is a decision that there will be theatre commands. You will have to reduce the numbers, there will be jointness. So one big hurdle has been crossed. What the committees are going to do is not to find out whether we should do it or not. The committees are going to do as to how to do it. So the decision of shall we do or not, that is way behind. Now you ask me about this theaterization of command. Now theaterization of command is necessary, as you would recall that I was heading the IDS headquarters for quite some time. When we didn't have a CDS. So the proposal and the full framework had been submitted to the government. Now here, a peninsular command, how to effect it is the study which has been instituted, and I am sure that the naval headquarters will come out with, not to say it can't be done, but how it is to be done. Similarly for the, there is talk about Western Command, there is a talk about an Eastern Command, an Air Defence Command, and Jammu Kashmir, they still have not decided should it be a independent command or should it be part of some command. So because what happens as far as J&K is concerned, some part of it is today is being looked after by Northern Command and some part of it is being looked after by Western Command. So there is a little bit of duality which makes the processes of decision making and implementation a little bit, well, it's an information technology days, but still it takes a little bit of time.
Okay.
Now, as far as the Peninsular Command is concerned, my sense is that it will probably be called an Indian Ocean Command because that specifies very, whereas when you say peninsula, it looks like a sort of a land construct. But when you say it's an Indian Ocean Command, then it shows that it's the maritime primacy. It's a good thing. It's a good thing to happen. But the assets, possibly some more assets will be required in all three cases. Because if you have the Northern Command of the Army and, Eastern Command and Western Command, the Air Force right now the assets may not be adequate to allocate permanent forces with each of the commanders.
Okay.
So therefore there will have to be some double banking, there has to be some redeployment, etc., etc. But that they will, I am sure they will work it out. So it is a good thing to happen. It's a unity of command is always better. The areas are going to become vast as far as the Navy is concerned. And he has also said that it will be headed by a naval officer, and rightly so. But it will have some little bit of Air Force component because now they have a strike element, etc., etc. But the strike element still requires input from a maritime patrol aircraft. So I think that it's a good thing to happen. Assets, I guess that asset build-up, will take some time. And therefore, the implementation of these, my sense is that they will have to go a little bit slower than what we think at the moment.
Okay, I'll come back to you on the other aspect as well, on the integration part where you spoke about the assets as well. But let me first bring Mayank here. Mayank, jointness and the integration seems to be the underlying theme here, something which has been talked about for quite some time now in terms of the reforms in our armed forces as well as the defense structure which we have. So so far so good, the ball has been set rolling, but as Admiral Sinha pointed out, the question now is how to do it.
See, the things were initiated after Kargil. When Kargil committee report was brought out, group of ministers report was brought out, CDS was the one which was specifically spoken about, and there was a purpose. Let us understand the purpose. Even if today, if we are going for theatre command, there's a reason actually. And what is the reason? People, the policy makers, the strategic thinkers, they found that the future wars are going to be small, of few days, quick, but very explosive. I mean, having a lot of assets being used in that small duration. So in that case, decision making will be the one which will be very crucial. So you can't be Army can't be asking to Air Force to provide a support when the person sitting there can himself take the decisions. So here comes a region, as Brigadier Bhutani said, which is under one officer who is entitled, empowered to marshal any asset, naval, air or land, as per the requirement of the operation for a quick reaction. So your aim is deciding what is happening today. Now how it has to be done? The CDS, General Bipin Rawat himself says that he has already started a study for the Air Defence Command under the Vice Chief of Air Staff. He says that the GSL letters will be issued by December, and for that he'll be giving around 3 months for the committee, for the study group to study that thing. But point to be underlined is all these are to pick up the options so that we find a structure which is indigenous, which might have reference from Chinese style of theatre commands, US style of theatre commands, but it will be a kind of an indigenous kind of a theatre command
which fits the needs and requirements of the Indian Defence Forces.
India is a very unique geographical feature. You have got 7,500, around 600 long maritime borders, huge mountainous borders, Northern Command. Here's a Western theatre which will have marshes, deserts, mountains. You require a unique format of your own theatre commands.
Okay.
So the studies are going to set, the ball has been rolled, the studies will bring out the options for you, and then from all the feedback you will choose a style of a theatre command, a structure of a theatre command which will meet the future requirements.
And which will meet the future requirements in terms of what our security needs are and what our armed forces are equipped with in terms of assets as well. Brigadier Bhutani, coming back to you, and the same question which I put to Mayank here. In terms of the way you look at it, what are the options in terms of implementation or in terms of coming to that decision of what suits our defense needs, our security needs, and keeping in mind our assets?
Now, if you see, the best thing is to start with the lowest denominator. That's what our CDS, General Rawat has done. They're starting with Air Defence Command first. because there is a semblance of joint working existing between the Indian Air Force and the Army Air Defence. They work together in field at various places, and the Indian Air Force is primarily responsible for the entire air defence of the country, and Army Air Defence further contributes to it. Air Defence has got, Indian Air Force has got both offensive as well as defensive assets, whereas Army Air Defence has got their guns, missiles and radars. So they can easily be integrated into each other, and it's a question of establishing one commander over them, and you should have good communication, what is already existing on ground, and you can carry out the task. Okay. And in fact, I feel that if we, as Mayank has told, that we should have a command which is having Indian characteristics. That we, like United States or China, they got tremendous resources, they can allocate. But in our case, the hallmark is not allocation, but it is the utilization of resources in a very flexible manner.
Okay.
I'll give you example, artillery. Artillery has got long range weapons. So how do they achieve allocation? The long range is given in direct support to some. At the same time, same artillery can be deployed for a different unit in support by allocating them at priority or in that manner.
Okay, so it's basically, all allocation should be based on the optimum utilization of resources or the assets, something which Admiral Sinha was pointing out. Admiral Sinha, one aspect, if you look at, apart from obviously allocation of resources or the way it is required or the indigenous character of the way we do it is something which the studies will go into and the options will be there. But one more point which I want to talk to you about is about the idea of having that separate command for the northern frontier or the western frontier, bringing them together from the perspective of our adversaries, say for example vis-a-vis Pakistan or vis-a-vis China.
You're right, and that is why the issue about Jammu Kashmir which I mentioned, because as you know that some parts of it is Ladakh and some part of it is Jammu and Kashmir area. Ladakh, there is we are facing the Chinese, and from there we start and goes right up to the Arunachal Pradesh and further down. So that's a very, very big command, really speaking. Right now the responsibility is between the northern and the eastern command, so that needs to have a unity of command. And if you see the western theatre now, the desert area is looked after by the southern command and some part of the hill and mountain area is looked after by the western command. So there is a duality. So in all probability, these two will probably become one, so that you have the decision making that much easier. And if they are fighting with each other in support, in that case probably the Chief of Army Staff or the CDS, they will take a call. But I'll go back to what Brigadier Bhutani said. The future wars are going to be intense. They are going to be, you said, Mayank said short period, etc. So what we want to do is, if it is short period, all assets of three services must be utilized to achieve one objective. And that objective is to get better of the adversary. And from that point of view, even if these are land-based commands, they will also have the naval component attached to it in the operations wing, so that we know that how can we bring unseen pressures on the adversary by various naval assets, because as you know they have a very much longer range and longer reach. Obviously they can't fight over land, but they can support the land war in a very effective manner. And I'll take you back to Kargil, mention of which was made. One of the reasons why President General Musharraf had to back out, one of the reasons, because the Karachi port was virtually absolutely isolated. A lot of their equipment and salase, ammunitions, etc. were not allowed. None of the ships were allowed to come out, and therefore the pressure was, he was told by the Americans that, look, I can only share that it will be devastating if you continue, because the entire navy is deployed on the northern Arabian Sea, south of Makran coast. So the pressures, the psychological pressures are important, apart from fighting, or doing a battle over the sea. Impacting the land war is one of the most important duties of the other two services. But finally the infantry has to hold ground, you have to protect him. Their lives which are in danger.
And all three forces have to work as a cohesive unit.
Absolutely.
That's what the basic idea
That's
is.
correct. All entire force level has to be, entire force has to be applied, including the hybrid warfare, the new methods of warfare. You will have cyber, you will have special forces, you will have the space command. So all these things right now in the making, but what will happen 5-10 years later, I'm sure that this is going to be that much helpful.
Okay. Mayank, there are several options which is being talked about in terms of having different commands. The Peninsular Command, the Air Defense Command, which might be the first one to be rolled out. Then maybe if you look at one specifically being talked about with respect to the J&K, or, looking at our adversaries, Pakistan and China, and then maybe others as well, few others as well. So what is the, broad structure which you believe might come out at the end of it, based on what?
So, to simplify it for everyone, actually, let's say there's a single man and he's competent enough to take decision. So, let's say if any war takes place or any danger to the country comes, he has under him all the assets which he can utilize to achieve a particular goal. Actually, war is fought only when the political decision is taken. And defense forces, they implement the decisions. They bring in the decision. So, here you find all the options before you, how the assets will be there, what all assets are under you, how you are going to implement them. You have a geography. Your country is this much, let's say whatever the map is of India, and then you have maritime borders also, you have exclusive economic zones. That's your area of interest. So accordingly, what you do is actually you marshal your assets, then you divide them in such a way that your political objectives will finally be achieved. If let's say there will be one logistics command and it is at the center of the country, whatever the map is, if you mentally refer that, if centrally located logistics command is there, it is supplying to all the formations. And for example, let's say there are 5 theater commands: Northern Command, Northern Theater Command, Western Theater Command, Peninsular Theater Command, and then you have got your Air Defense Command, and then you have got your then elements of cyberspace, elements of space, they all will be coming. That will also be distributed.
Okay.
So logistically, the most important thing was logistics actually, to bring it in between. It is supplying to everyone, you are fighting wars, and then accordingly the regions, as per your specific targets and goals or threat perceptions, your regions are divided.
Okay.
So let's say if you have got, for example, you have got 5 commands. Another option which was also given is, let's say if your northern borders contiguous to line of actual control, which is 3,488 kilometers, if it is there and if it appears to be too long, because western border is not that long. So there are also options that keeping Nepal at the center, you divide it east of Nepal, west of Nepal, and then accordingly you commit your assets.
Okay.
I will always, repeat it again. The main thing objective is to achieve upper hand over the adversary, whatever the need be.
Okay.
So all the committees, all the further which are going to study, they will give you the options, and then finally we'll come to the option.
Okay. Let's have 2 concluding comments from each from Admiral Sinha and Brigadier Bhutani as well on the way forward from here, as far as the entire theaterization of commands is concerned, and what is it that we might see in the near future in realization of these plans.
In way forward, first I see that there should not be any problem in getting Air Defense Command, and next should be the Logistic Command. As Mayank has rightly brought out that if you go literally by the definition, that logistics is the movement of science of movement. But here, logistics not only means the movement, but it is the maintenance and the procurement of common equipment which is used by all the 3 services. So if we achieve that, then it's going to be a good integration and jointness among the 3 services.
Okay. Admiral Sinha?
I have 2 points. One is that for the joint command or the concept of CDS to succeed, the 3 chiefs will have to be, they will have to work very hard. They will have to give up some of their turf, and they must do it because it was our requirement, it was our suggestion to government that there should be a CDS so that decision making becomes easier. The second important point is that when the assets are less, then it is quite possible that the peacetime allocation and the wartime allocation will differ. It is quite possible that in the peacetime the allocations may not be exactly what it is going to be in wartime, because as you rightly pointed out, the assets are not so much. till such time we build up the assets. And therefore, the chiefs will have to give up their some turf as far as the shortage of assets are concerned. It cannot happen that the Western Army Command says, the Western Command say, Western Theatre Command, that I require so much of air asset all the time under my thumb. It may not happen.
Okay.
Because you're not in a wartime scenario. If war happens, if it is a one front, in that case, obviously the Air Force will be the position from where he can cover this entire theatre or maybe move certain squadrons on that area, and very quickly. So I think that, we are moving in the direction that a peacetime and wartime, possibly the allocations will have to be a little bit different.
Okay.
Another point was on the Peninsular Command. We tend to forget that we have choke points are under surveillance at all times, and we need to sustain that, because maritime war takes time to build up, and before it impacts the land war, it is quite some time. It is not that suddenly something will happen, just like, let's say, the Army or the Air Force. In the Navy, it takes time and people have to come. Our adversaries have to come from somewhere. And during that period, he can be tracked. He can be found out. And therefore, Navy's role will not limited only to exclusive economic zone, but it will to all the choke points to ensure that sea lanes of communication are available for usage of the whole world. So that is the intention of most of the Navy.
Okay,
so that is how the assets will be deployed.
Okay, and then that'll be very crucial point there as well. Your concluding points, Mayank, here from the way we are looking at it right now, the positions and the way forward.
Armed forces during peacetime, they keep exercising various formats of war, various options, and if so happens, there are scenarios painted. Last year there was an exercise done by the Air Force which was called Gagan Shakti, in which entire assets were moved from one theatre to another theatre, if we call it so. So the day the order has come, it is taken for granted that our forces have already started their exercising their minds. And as Admiral Sinha said, the Peninsular Command is not actually a kind of a command which will just man the oceans. It's a very futuristic command which has got its diplomatic roles also. So things have already started moving. The time the studies come out, the options will be coming out, they will again be studied.
Okay.
So it's all going well, but whatever said and done, we have come in the right direction now.
Okay, so there it is, as our panelists have pointed out, in terms of theaterization of commands, the concept, the whys and hows as well from here onwards, but the objective seems to be to try and ensure that the cohesiveness of the three armed forces functioning in coordination with each other, and the ultimate objective will be the jointness and integration to try and reach that objective of defeating the adversary or the enemy in terms of eventuality. We'll come back again next week with a different topic. Till then, keep watching Rajya Sabha Television. Hello and welcome to this special episode of Security Scan. Today we are in the School of Artillery in Devlali, Maharashtra. Now, the Artillery Regiment of Indian Army has a very rich and glorious past, with its history going as far back as 192 years. Now, there's been a lot of focus on modernization and indigenization of Indian Army's Artillery Regiment in the recent past. So today we will talk about these aspects, and for a little more on these aspects, we have with us a distinguished panel of guests here in the School of Artillery in Devlali. Let me first introduce them to you, beginning with Lieutenant General R.S. Sararia, the Commandant of School of Artillery here in Devlali. We also have with us Major General A.K. Chandan, Head of the Army Design Bureau with us, and Retired Lieutenant General Vinod Bhatia, Director for Center for Joint Warfare Studies. And we are also joined by Mr. Vijay Mittal, the DDG weapons from OFB, that's Ordnance Factory Board. So let's begin our discussion and let's try and understand a bit more about the artillery regiment, the weapons it has, and the modernization or the indigenization program, which is under a lot of focus. Let's begin with General Salaria here. General Salaria, let's, for our viewers' sake, starting from the glorious history, the glorious past of the artillery regiment, the kind of weapons or weapon platforms which the artillery regiment has, and the gradual shift in the 21st century as per the needs of the technology and the warfare demands as well.
Yeah, we've had a very glorious past. The Regiment of Artillery was raised, as you know, in 1827, way back, almost 192 years back. And we have a very glorious history, very rich traditions. Under the Royal British Army initially, we did wonders in the First World War, in both the World Wars. And post independence, because of the bifurcation of assets between us and our neighbor, we had to rebuild our artillery. We started off on a very small scale, from the simple 25 pounder gun, guns like 100 mm gun, 130 mm gun. We started building up post independence, and simultaneously, while we were building up our units and also our equipment, which were mostly at that time of foreign origin. We fought very valiantly in all the wars, starting from 1948, 62, 65. Post the 62 and the 65 operations, we learned a lot of lessons, and that is the time when we embarked seriously upon our own, building up our own capabilities. And if you recall, our first Indian gun was the 75-24 mountain gun, which was conceptualized and designed by Brigadier Gurdial Singh here only in School of Artillery, somewhere in the late 60s. And this is the gun which proved its worth in various operations, especially the 71 war.
Okay.
So that was the first touch of our Indianization. And thereafter we have not looked back. Though we still kept building up our artillery through foreign sources, and again fought the 71 war, and of course the top of the pack was the Kargil operations, where armed with the Bofors guns, the gunners really proved their worth in the Kargil operations and gave a bloody nose to the enemy. But by this time, somewhere in the late 90s, we embarked upon a very serious indigenization drive.
Okay.
And this is the time that our local defense industry, the industrial base, started building it itself up. And the moment we saw the turn of the century, we saw induction of a lot of modern equipment, a lot of 155 mm caliber guns. We switched over to mediumization. We got long-range vectors like our own Indian Pinaka rocket system. Of course, we also had the Indo-Russian BrahMos missile system and also the Smerch system.
Okay.
But then the degree of the Indianization started through the Make in India initiative. And today we are standing at a point where we are fully armed, having a very versatile mix of both Indian make guns and also the older foreign make guns.
Okay.
We have a wide variety of field guns, like our good old 105 mm Indian field gun and the light field gun. We have our mortars. We have the 155 mm Bofors 130 mm gun, which is a very old Russian gun but still proving its worth. And also we have gone in for the ultralight howitzer very recently, and also the K9 Vajra self-propelled gun. The Indian guns which are in the immediate pipeline are the Dhanush guns, which have been developed very beautifully by the Ordnance Ordnance Factory Board. And also a lot of guns are in pipeline, like the Sharang, which is an upgunned version of the 130 mm gun.
130.
And also equipment of surveillance like Swati weapon looking radar, which is already operationalized. So as of now, we are at a point where we have started receiving these state-of-the-art guns, and we are looking forward to a very, very bright future.
Okay, so it has been a very interesting journey. If you look at, and let me bring in General Bhatia here, from 25 pounders to the versatile mix, as General Slaria pointed out, and quite a lot of equipments which are being inducted right now. But if you look at the strategic aspect as well, before we move on to the weapon systems and the modernization and all that, why is it that artillery is that important? It's the second largest force as far as in terms of strength Indian Army is concerned after infantry, but it seems to be very, very important.
The artillery is a battle winning factor. The infantry moves because the artillery is there, because artillery is the god of war. The infantry soldier is there at the target, at the objective. He raises the flag, but he is supported by all other elements, and artillery is an integral part. It's a battle winning factor, and that is why I think it is very essential that we ensure effective modernization, effective capability building. I must also say what General Slaria is absolutely right, but Vishal, the artillery modernization suffered to some extent for about 2 to 3 decades. It's only now in the last few years that we are actually in the takeoff stage. We are getting in new guns, and they're indigenous also. We are also getting in the unmanned autonomous systems. We are getting surveillance and target acquisition equipment also.
Okay.
So ammunitions, that is also there. So it is all encompassing. It's all, we've got to harmonize everything, and we have the best gunners, let me say that. And Kargil proved it. Kargil victory was owed as much to the infantrymen who climbed that and the junior leaders, as much to the gunners, because they were the ones who actually saturated the target and made sure that we recaptured those heights. It is nearly impossible. Speaking to some of the defense attaches later on, and I was there during that time, they said, oh my God, how can anyone go and capture these heights? And that is what the Indian soldiers did, and that is what the artillery helped India do, recapture those heights. So I think artillery modernization is exceedingly important. It is a battle winning factor, and we should make sure that we have an effective, combat effective artillery, and hats off to them for their professionalism. We are standing in the school of artillery, and I must say that it is a professional arm, the sword arm, and the very best to them.
Okay, very best professional arm of the Indian Army. Let's now bring in the gentlemen who are working on the indigenization and the Make in India aspect, General Chandan and Mr. Mittal out there from OFB. Let me begin with you, General Chandan, in terms of how it began, the idea that we should be self-reliant. Obviously, we can't always depend upon the foreign suppliers. Although, as General Salaria pointed out, it's a versatile mix right now. But a lot is the indigenization is through the indigenization process, Make in India process. So, where are we right now, and what is being done?
Look, as far as the Make in India process is concerned, the policies actually started coming up about in 2001, 2002 after the Kargil war. But in true spirit, the entire policy shift actually happened after 2014. And it is during this period that we started trying to create indigenous technologies here. The entire Make in India is not really manufactured in India. It is basically sitting on 6 major pillars. Okay. You have to make technology in India. You will have to ensure that the designs and the IPRs are rested here in India. You have to make sure that there is a manufacturing ecosystem which comes, because defense by itself is a monopoly, so there are very few buyers, and therefore you have to make sure that that ecosystem comes in place. You need to have large OEMs who understand the business of defense, who leverage the entire ecosystem, and who provide the right umbrella. Then you need a certification and a testing system in place. Then, of course, defense equipment is very robust equipment. It remains in service for so many years. So you need to have a very, very robust and a very sustainable channel of logistic support and sustenance through the ages. The defense equipment mix is over 30, 40, 30. That means 30 legacy equipment, 40 current technologies, and about 30 state of art. You need to make sure that all these equipment talk to each other and they fight as a cogent
the integration.
Yes. So that is all that we are trying to do as far as the Army Design Bureau is concerned.
Okay. Let me bring in, you spoke about the ecosystem, the entire ecosystem which has to be in place and which is being worked upon when we talk about indigenization. Mr. Mittal is here from the OFP, that's the Ordnance Factory Board. Mr. Mittal, if we look at the way OFB has worked on different guns, even if we talk about Dhanush or the latest in edition Sharang, which Jan Salaria was also mentioning, the upgunned version. So where are we once again, in terms of what OFB is doing of providing the artillery with the indigenized weapons?
OFB is now a 219 years old organization. Starting from 1801 to 2020, we have grown from one factory to 41 factories today. And we are making more than 600 types of end products, majorly fulfilling the requirement of our land forces. We make from tents to tanks, as we call it, from simple technical designs to most modern state-of-the-art technologies. If we talk of artillery gun systems, as General Saralia very rightly brought out, that the country realized that we just cannot depend on the TOTs and buying out equipments from imported ones. The reason being very simple, as General Chanan also tried to bring out, that the life cycle of a product is quite long. And if you take a TOT, you only get a know-how. You cannot add on to that product. You have to remain dependent on the OEM. You don't have those patent rights with you. So therefore, in case you want to do improvement, you want to in turn export of some of your manufactured product, you have to go to the OEM every time to take his permission. So this idea of developing our own gun systems came right in 1970s when a gun development team was formed, and 105 mm, which was the standard caliber at that point of time, Indian field gun and a light field gun was manufactured. Thereafter, the world switched over to 155 mm gun systems. India somehow did not, and we inducted Bofor's guns. But since that process also did not move in terms of taking or absorbing the technology in Ordnance Factory Board, we got this idea and the mandate simultaneously. That's a great part of it, that in 2006 Ordnance Factory Board itself was given the mandate that you cannot continue to survive just being a manufacturing organization. You being the manufacturer, you know what the process involves. It is you perhaps are the best suited people to upgrade an existing equipment and also for yourself change yourself from just know how to know why in developing a system. And this was at that time that whatever knowledge we had acquired over the past 50 years in making more than 1,000 numbers of LFGs and IFG guns and supplied to Indian Army, especially the artillery centers. We built upon that. We opened our Ordnance Development Center in Kanpur, got the necessary required design, trained our engineers in UK. More than 100 engineers today from OFB are trained in various defense fields, and they can design anything of the land system times. And that is how we came up with an idea in association with the School of RT in a pooled manner, resourcing pooling all the resources of the country, be it user as RT wing, be it a DGQA, be it a DRDO, be it the private industry and OFB, pooled all the resources, came out with this idea of synergizing the effects, and we thought of building up from where the Bofors had left to a 155 into 45 caliber gun system Dhanush, which will not only be much state of the art than Bofors, but also give us an tactical advantage of having a range in excess of 10 kilometers of what Bofors was having. Like if Bofors had a range of say 27-28 kilometers, Dhanush will give us a range of 38 kilometers. And with the support of all the users of firing it n number of times, we could finally realize a gun which the whole world is applauding us today as Indian defense system and MOD, that we could come out by synergizing all our efforts to a gun system which the whole country is surprised that India has come out with a gun system which is state of the art and comparable to any gun system in the world. And coming to the Sharang, which sir was saying just now, it was a brilliant idea of whoever devised it, that we have a heavy structure of 130 mm gun, and with the kind of technology we have acquired, with the kind of design knowledge we have done.
Why not mix them both
perhaps
and come up with a
perhaps we can build up a 155 gun on a most economic solution. And in the latest DEF Expo 2020, what we had from 5th to 8th of February, Honorable RM has handed over the first batch of guns to Indian Army, and we came out with a most economic solution and the best solution perhaps which could have been done. Again, just a point in the Dhanush, that Dhanush had become the most tried gun systems, firing more than 4,500 rounds in various locations of the country to prove its versatility and prove its mettle.
Okay, so that explains what OFP has been doing. But you mentioned, Mr. Mittal, the end user point, and let me go back to the end user here. You know, General Salaria, from your point of view and from the artillery regiment's point of view, the way entire modernization program is moving ahead, or the indigenization program is moving ahead, both in terms of firepower, in terms of range, in terms of technology. As an end user, the artillery regiment believes that it fulfills the requirements of the artillery regiment, or there's a room for more to be done, be it in technology or maybe in platform or firepower, and further improvements can be made.
Yeah, you see, the worth and competence of any artillery force in this world depends on 5 factors: range, accuracy, lethality, mobility, and survivability. The way our program is on, and today, after today's seminar, where we had a direct interaction with the reps of our defense industry, we are fully confident that we are going in the right direction. So, as far as the range part is concerned, and the accuracy part is concerned, and the mobility part is concerned, and even the survivability, we are doing pretty well. The way the guns are coming in, these guns today have enhanced our reach to almost 40 to 50 kilometers, and we are now aspiring for 70 kilometers. The rockets are touching 90 to 100. Missiles have gone even further, which means that today artillery can straddle the tactical, the operational, and the strategic spheres simultaneously. But now to do this, to exploit this capability of ours, we need to now just focus on 2 more things. We have reached somehow you can't push the ranges of the guns any further. We don't need to focus now on our ammunition. We need to develop precision guided munitions which increase our lethality also, and also maybe the range to a better extent. And once we get these precision guided munitions, because they are very costly, we will have to then work out a scaling, a right mix of the conventional ammunition and the precision ammunition. It's very costly. Simultaneously, having now got all this power with us, we have to now exploit it with long range surveillance and targeting capability. So there we need to focus a bit more, so that we are able to look deeper, more effectively, and this so-called sensor to shooter link is able to operate very, very effectively. These are 2 things we need to focus on.
So these 2 areas, Chanan, on these 2 areas, the precision ammunition as well as surveillance capabilities, the focus from the end user's perspective, that is where the focus needs to be. So on these 2 areas, how are we moving ahead?
Okay. As far as the precision capability is concerned, we have, till the time we acquire these capabilities substantially, so that they can actually become effective battle worthy equipment, we are in the interim actually trying to acquire this capability through minimal imports, like the Excalibur ammunition, the PGK kits. But at the same time, there are a number of initiatives that have been taken. I deal with the DRDO from the Army's side. We are doing the some project as far as the precision guided rockets is concerned. We are doing one with DRDO, it's moving very well. Then we are also looking at course correction fuses, precision guided munitions, terminally guided munitions as technology development projects through the Army Technology Board and the Technology Development Fund. And these projects are moving on their own trajectories. This is as far as the precision is concerned. The second thing is the persistence. That is again an area. So the area of loiter munitions, where actually a munition can move out, be persistent on a target, and subsequently, depending on the cost benefit or the payoff, it can attack a target or be recovered. Now there are projects as well which are running in this area. as well.
Okay. General Bhatia, these two aspects which General Salaria and General Chandran has brought out, obviously this is a potent mix which is required right now. But if we look at the history, the way acquisitions were made or the way the artillery regiment got its equipments, there was a huge gap after Bofors, almost 3 decades. That's a huge time for the life cycle of any kind of equipment which the armed forces, specifically the artillery, has.
Yeah, the 3 decades were, I must say, there was a weakness, but it's hats off to the gunners who made the best of it. There are no better gunners than we have. The Indian Army has. They made the best of the equipment. They optimized the equipment. They did all sorts of things. They never let the army feel that we were not effective on the ground. So everyone knew that we had a weakness, but that weakness was covered up by simple ingenuity, simple methods, which are developed by the School of Artillery and the Artillery Regiment. So hats off to them. But yes, having stood still for about 3 decades, now we see a whole lot of new equipment coming in, meeting the needs, and I think we are getting it right. And for the next 2 decades, 3 decades, I think we have everything. What we need to now further think about is, like we did in the RT Technology Seminar, we got to integrate the new age technologies into our traditional strengths. So when we do that, like General Salaria said, we've got to look deeper, we will look deeper, we have to hit harder, we have to be more accurate, agile, and it is not only, we have to tell our adversaries that we are prepared. It is not war waging that is also essential, it is also war prevention. And a combat effective, ever ready artillery gives the indications to adversaries that we are combat
ready.
Have
the deterrence effect, which is very much required.
And that is what is required. And also on the line of control, you know what the ceasefire is all about. There was a ceasefire, there is a ceasefire, I suppose so, but more in violation nowadays with over 2,500 ceasefire violations. So artillery is something which an effective artillery is something which gives the commander, the operational commander, the flexibility to make sure it does not go beyond. And when the artillery is used, it is effective, and that is what keeps our adversaries down, and that is where we have an edge over adversaries. So I think these things are very, very important, and new age technologies are being assimilated. So now all this equipment when it comes in, I think 3 things need to be done properly, and I'm sure it will be done very, very well. One is the induction, second is absorption, and third is exploitation. Okay. And that is where the regiment article comes.
Induction, absorption, and exploitation. But Mr. Mittal, out there, you heard the end user, in terms of what is it that is required right now. So as as a sort of manufacturer, working to bring in more equipments for the land forces, what is it that the idea you guys get, hearing what the end user want, and from here onwards, what more can be done?
Yeah, Ordnance Factory Board, as far as we are concerned, we are working on 2 aspects as a predominantly manufacturing organization, and the research activities which we have acquired over the past 15 years. On the part of manufacturing, we have gone to the levels of trying to go to the levels of Industry 4.0, wherein we are looking at complete change, tracking of metallurgy of the ammunition shells manufactures for its quality, right from the billet at the cast stage up to the what shell has come out, so that we know and we can do back or reverse tracking of the shells to understand what further can be improved upon to bring it at par.
Okay.
And I would also like to inform that Ordnance Factory Board's ammunition has been recognized now globally. We recently exported some of the ammunition to Middle East countries, and they came on record saying that it was equal to any Western country produced 155 ammunition, and they only did not stop at that. They gave us a repeat order of a higher quantity to be supplied to them. Okay. So that was a matter of pride for Ordnance Factory Board, who used to only make for the Indian Armed Forces, are looking towards the outer parts. Okay. And also we have worked and developed the bimodular charge system, which used to be imported from other countries and at a lesser cost than what the cost of importation was.
Okay, so those are the aspects. Before we close this, General Salaria, you've spoken about what the present situation is, what is it that the artillery regiment might want. But if you have to sum up, the entire journey or the process of indigenization, modernization, or the integration, as well as General Chandan also pointed out, 30-40-30 mix, which is always looked at upon, and the 5 aspects which you spoke about. How would you sum that up for our viewers?
As the end user, I would like to say that we are totally satisfied with the way the things are proceeding ahead, and for that I would like to express our gratitude to the Army Headquarters, the Perspective Planning, the Army Design Bureau, the think tanks of the country, the Center of Joint Warfare Studies under General Bhatia, and of course the complete defense industry, especially the Ordnance Factory Board and all the reps of the private industry, that they are working day and night, and they are ensuring that whatever our vision is as an arm, they are going all out, they're burning the midnight oil, and I'm sure we are on the right track and will continue to be on the right track.
Okay, thank you so much there, General Salaria, General Chandan, General Bhatia, and Mr. Mittal for sharing your views with us. So as these eminent panelists, all the stakeholders involved in that modernization process point out that the ball has been set rolling for quite some years now. The results are pouring in, and there are key few areas where a lot more needs to be done. But with everybody pooling in their resources, their hard work, it looks like that the target will be achieved, and the end user seemingly is satisfied with the progress so far as modernization and indigenization of artillery regiments is concerned. We'll come back again next week with a different topic. Till then, keep watching Raju Uloom Television.
Hello and welcome to Rajya Sabha Television. You're watching Security Scan. I'm Frank Rausen Pereira. I'm filling in for Vishal Daya, who's out on official duty for today. Now, in the first, advanced unmanned combat aerial vehicles will be manufactured in India with leading aeronautical entity, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, set to formalize a partnership with an Israeli firm that specializes in autonomous weaponry. The advanced Heron TP, which belongs to the medium altitude long endurance class with an endurance of over 36 hours, will be manufactured to cater both to Indian requirements for a combat UAV and possibly exports to third nations in the future as well. According to a report in the Economic Times, HAL is set to sign a partnership pact with the Israel Aerospace Industries at the ongoing DEF Expo 2020 in Lucknow this week, with estimates that in the Indian market alone, there is a requirement of at least 100 drones of this type. The Heron TP is an advanced version of the Heron UAVs that are currently in service, with the 3 forces in a reconnaissance role. On this edition of Security Scan, we will take a closer look at unmanned combat aerial vehicles. Joining me on the program today are Air Vice Marshal Manmohan Bahadur, retired, Additional Director General, Center for Air Power Studies, Lieutenant General B.S. Pawar, retired, Aerospace Defense Expert, and Sudhir Ranjan Sen, Senior Editor, Hindustan Times. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on this edition of Security Scan. AVM Bahadur, let me start the program with you. Let's first try and understand what unmanned aerial combat vehicles are, and what is the use of them, and how are they going to help us and our security forces?
Okay, first of all, there is a difference between an armed UAV and an unmanned combat aerial vehicle. An armed UAV is an unmanned aerial vehicle on which you slap on weapons. The Heron TP that we are talking of is technically an armed UAV because it carries air-to-ground missiles. An unmanned combat aerial vehicle is a futuristic design that was coming up in various countries that are there, and HAL is in the process with an Indian startup firm called New Space Research to make an unmanned combat aerial vehicle later in this decade, which will be of a class which does combat in the sense. Now I come to the unmanned combat aerial vehicle. A UCAV can do combat in the real sense, like what a fighter aircraft can possibly do. That means it carries air-to-air missiles, air-to-ground missiles. It can maneuver on its own as per an algorithm that is fed into it, or it is controlled by somebody on the ground remotely, or by another pilot in a manned aircraft. That takes us to manned-unmanned teaming. So generally the concept is going to be of a manned aircraft controlling unmanned vehicles, combat aerial vehicles. They will go as a man-unmanned team into missions. Because the danger is that at least at present, those machine intelligence and machine learning are really advancing very fast. And UCAVs would come under the category of lethal autonomous weapon systems, laws. And the world is concerned about it, as man is trying to give the capability to machines to decide on a target and take a decision to kill. So in the true sense, in the ultimate sense, an unmanned combat aerial vehicle would be a vehicle if it comes to that, if mankind decides on doing this, in my view, an unethical thing of letting a machine decide what's its target and taking a decision to kill.
And as machines get smarter, is the problem also going to multiply then?
It is. In fact, in 2016, the world is already so concerned. In 2016, the United Nations has formed a government group of ministers which is trying to regulate these lethal autonomous weapon systems. UCAV is one of them. And robotics, of course, the ground vehicles, etc. So the world is concerned, the United Nations is concerned, but the catch is technology has developed so far already that you can't stop it, the march of technology. And the countries, the US and Russia, are vehemently opposed. They have a very contrived argument to say that an intelligent machine can intelligently discriminate between a real target and so as to avoid collateral damage. And they are using this as an argument. China, if I can just add, at present says, okay, we agree to a ban, but no ban on research and development. So they're just waiting. So that's the problem right now. The world is really concerned. So unmanned combat aerial vehicles may come into that act, but they are there. The Europeans have got, the British have got the Taranis going, the French have got the Neon going, the Americans have got 2-3 of them. X-47B is the most famous of them.
Okay, we'll get to how far along are we as far as this technology is concerned maybe in the next round, but before that let me bring in the General into the picture. General, so like the AVM just pointed out, warfare as we know it is changing. That having been said, are we going to see more such vehicles in the near future?
The trend is, initially when these UAVs came into play, and I remember, when we got the first UAV, Searcher Mark 1, during Operation Parakram, we were very fascinated because the amount of information that you could gather from it was fantastic. But now the trend is shifting from the ISR, that is intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance, towards armed and combat. And as we find the emphasis today is on that. And that's why India itself is also trying, like you said, the Heron TP, which can be armed. But today India is capable, looking at this, because having been now part of the MTCR. Before that, these countries were not able to give you anything. Even we are looking at the Predator class from the US now. Therefore, this is going to increase. In fact, I feel there may be some percentage of UCAVs which are only UCAVs and the others dual purpose, that is ISR as well as the armed versions. As far as the country is concerned, there, imagine a country like Pakistan has got a Barak UCAV, which is extensively used in its tribal areas. China, on the other hand, has got a couple of them, the Kai Hong series and the Wenglung 1 and 2, which are armed. And as per reports, what I have read is that the Barak may be a Kai Hong, copy. And the wing loom, there is some talk of their selling 48 of them to Pakistan, which will be a cause of concern. I just want to bring out, yes, we are looking at the UCAVs of the future, which are going to have a greater survivability, autonomy, and as well as endurance, and capability to carry more weapon systems. Endurance means it can stay in the air for a longer time and controlled by people sitting thousands of miles away. Lastly, I just want to highlight 3 incidents. We saw what happened with Soleimani, the Iranian general who was killed. Look at the lethality and the accuracy to get the guy who was in a particular vehicle. We know what, with not as sophisticated UCAVs or armed drones, what the Iranians, in Yemen, the Houthis have done with the Saudi oil facilities. So this is, like ABM Bahadur brought out, it is going to happen. And India, as of today, we are far behind.
Okay.
Though DRDO, the Ghatak project, which is supposed to be a UCAV, stealth UCAV, which is DRDO is working on, it's not yet on the scene, but they are working on it. And at least we are making a headway to try and do catch up with the others. But the Chinese are way ahead. And sure. I want to just highlight one thing. After the US today, is the Chinese who are heading in a big way in research and development on UCAVs.
Right. Okay. So some issues for us to be concerned about, to be worried about going forward is what both the retired army men, retired military men are speaking about. But, so on that side, let me bring you to the picture now. As far as this technology is concerned, as far as India is concerned, why is it that we are lagging behind? What do we need to do going forward?
That's $1 million question, because you see the kitty that you have or the resources that you have is not unlimited, and you have competing demands. You have competing demands on healthcare, education, and you name it what. As a country, therefore, we have to decide and prioritize. What do we need first? And in that, as both the veterans who have, spent their entire life doing this, we have to decide who's our enemy and what is our political objective at the end of the day. From what we understand, we are not going to be an expeditionary force as yet. Our requirements are not there. We need to take care of the Indian Ocean region. We need to take care of the border. We need to keep our internal security in place. Having said that, with the kind of resources we have, yes, we need to do the research. Yes, we need to know it. But the question is, do we put everything into it? Or if we don't have it, do we feel that, are we in a situation, we are dead? I don't think so. Because given the threats that are there and given the professional military that we have, maybe we do not have the best of equipments. But as of now, we are more or less edge to edge. We can take care of the threats, and that is the most important.
Okay. All right. Taking the discussion forward now. So let's talk about our, requirement really as far as UCAVs are concerned. How many do we need? The general pointed out to the fact that Pakistan has them. Other countries too have them. So what is it that we need, and what kind of vehicles do we need, and how many do we need in our forces? AVM.
Okay, if I may, just one point regarding the money which you said, like Sudhi brought out, where do we get the money from? I think the way to go forward is collaboration with the private industry. There are private entrepreneurs in India, and luckily, and the good part is that HAL has tied up with one firm, and the name is New Space Research.
But do we want this kind of technology in private hands?
Why not? That's the mistake I think we did in earlier years. They are as nationalistic, if I can say, as Indian as we people in uniform. They must be trusted. If we are willing to buy a missile or armament from a private entity from abroad, why not our own private players be brought into this? That's the only way forward. Because all our public sector undertakings are oversubscribed. The order books are full for the next maybe 10, 15 years, depending on what you're talking about. HAL, maybe 20 years. You've got to get the private players in. And in the UAV and UCAV market, let's be blunt, our people in the private sector are much ahead in terms of their technology. The famous three-idiot quadrocopter, it's by a firm in Pune. And that's been bought by the Air Force, I think by the Army also, certainly by the BSF, I know. So we've got to encourage them. Now coming to your point, which you raised about the numbers and the types. We have the ISR type of UAVs, all three services, basically Israelis. We had initially the Searcher 1s, which I think must have been phased out by now, Searcher 2s, and then came the Herons. Various versions the Air Force, Army, Navy has got. Do we need more? Yes. Numbers, maybe it's in hundreds, but distributed amongst the three classes of medium altitude, high altitude, and the smaller ones, and also on the weight class. So there is a huge market available in India for our own industry, our own indigenous industry, to come up and supply them. And it's a good sign that in the small UAV segment, a number of startups have come up and have been successful and are being encouraged by the government. I've given you the numbers, that there are three different types, they are required, and now these are all ISRs that I'm talking of. Now when you come to the combat vehicles, the unmanned combat vehicles, the UCAVs, that is something, to my understanding, would require an expertise and a financial backing, which a single private firm may not have to do its own R&D, because our procurement rules are such that we are not sure that I may do the R&D, but somebody else may get the contract because of the DPP. So hence, there has to be that little change in rules, that people who do this R&D are backed up by the government money, by the finances. And that's where I say that the UCAV project that the HAL is going up to with that Indian firm, or maybe other firms that may come up, is the way to go. That's the way to go.
Okay.
Heron TP, as I said, is an armed UAV, and that, to my understanding, should be lead-in step to the UCAV that we are thinking of at a later stage.
Okay, all right, General. On the issue of collaboration now, your thoughts firstly on collaborating with the private sector, because I saw you shaking your head when the AVM was making his point, and I think you have a contrary view to what the AVM has just voiced out. And also, what about collaborating with other countries, with other private entities? What is it that our experience has been over the years?
See, we have been very wary of collaborating with other countries when it comes to defense, and that is why we have suffered. When you say make in India, I mean, make in India is all right, but no country is going to give you the technology, advanced technology, and UCAVs are not, simple or plain technology which can be copied and done. It has to be in collaboration with a country which has the expertise to make UCAVs. And for that, the FDI and other things will have to be discussed. That's the government to take a call. But the way forward is only this. It has to be collaboration. As far as private sector is concerned, today it is only now, in the last 2 years, we've opened up even for making ammunition. We are short of ammunition in the entire armed forces because we were not letting the private sector come in. Why? Sensitive problem. It can create, getting into the wrong hands. Now we are opening up on that. While I certainly feel the private sector has the capability today, and we have seen, look at the type of guns they have made. I mean, not one. There are 3 of them who have come out with the best gun that, we have been looking around and carrying out trials. But they need backing, and backing can only come with the PSU, public sector also. DRDO has got, it was called Aura. That technology they tested it, and now they've gone for the, the production or the development of this Ghatak, so-called UCAV, which will also have stealth. So it has to be a combination of the public sector undertaking and this. And I think that is the way forward. Otherwise, in isolation, neither the public sector nor the private sector. And if we have to do that make in India, we have to open up and get that. One thing about technology, technology is moving, the swarm technology. Yeah, you must have seen, I think last year, the Chinese flew 1,000 micro mini UAVs. This is the most dangerous thing happening now. As far as, I won't call it a UCAV, but these are armed. You can arm some of them. You can put different payloads. And once they're airborne, it's very difficult to, get hold of them. This is a technology, and we are nowhere near. It is China, it is the UK, and it is the US, which is heading. So on technology front, even these micro mini, we saw what happened in Punjab and Jammu, in Narnia. Recently in Narnia, where a UAV from the other side has landed with weapons on board. So private public sector is the answer, and we need to go forward. But not private alone in insensitive technology which involves. It can be there. I mean, this is my take.
Okay, all right. Talking about collaborations, Raju Sen, as far as our collaboration with Israel or some of the other countries are concerned, what has our experience been?
It's been a mixed experience. And if you look at the nuclear, the strategic field, we have been very good. And we have been extremely good, in the sense that we have been able to manage a nuclear submarine, whereas we struggle to make a conventional submarine. Or we are, in the process of building. So we have really taken a leap there. So there have been bright spots in various areas, and there have been dark spots. So mixed bag, yes. But coming down to everything else, as the General was saying, and as the AVM was also pointing out, yes, private technology is there, but who's going to give you that technology? Because people spend billions of dollars on R&D, and it cannot come free. And therefore, we again come to the question of chicken and egg. Where do you invest? What do you invest on?
Absolutely.
Can I just come up
yes,
with this? Just yesterday I read, there's a very good article in Live Mint of November, of a company in Bangalore. Can I take the name of the company?
Yeah, please do.
Okay, it's called Tonbay Avionics or Visionics or something. They are making optic systems, sensors. They struggled with us. They sold their equipment to the Israelis and the Americans. They bought it, and then we woke up and now we are buying it. They are there in Def Expo. So the point at issue is, I slightly differ. When it comes to electronics, when it comes to sensors, our private players, let me assure you, are good. Point is to get them on board, support the finance. In India, the finance is costly. These are small players. The cost of finance for them is something that they just can't go through with the red tape that exists. If they take a loan, they have to return it, otherwise they are sunk. So there has to be some thinking in the government to identify these people and support them, really support them with funds. And there are enough startups who are doing this. There is one startup right here outside in Greater Noida, which is actually doing tremendous work in terms of UAVs, for example.
Sure.
So I personally feel that enough expertise exists in niche technologies amongst the private players.
Okay, all right. Time now to get concluding remarks from all my guests, starting first with you, General. So as far as payloads are concerned, you raised the point about payloads earlier. So what is the kind of payloads that we would require or we would like to see on our UCAVs?
See, first of all, UCAVs have to have the ISR payloads. Without that, they can't reach a place or, find a place. Then comes to armaments. Like the AVM had brought out earlier, must be able to carry missiles, bombs. A mix of this thing, depending on the task the UCAV has to carry out. The other thing is that the UCAVs, the technology where it is going ahead today is longer endurance, greater survivability, and more autonomy. And that debate about man-unmanned is still, it still goes on. It can't be, I also agree with him that it can't be just the UCAVs. It has to be a mix. Only then the solution will work. My only, in the concluding I want to tell is, while all this is taking place, there is also a technology for anti-drone. How do you get hold of these guys when they're coming? So that's a very important sector where countries are already working. And I was glad that in a seminar which I attended about a week back, that there are a lot of companies also working on this anti-drone technology.
Right.
So that's the way forward.
Okay, all right. What's the best way forward then, Sudhi?
The other thing, while I agree with what the AVM was saying, the other thing that we need to look at is also, all military technologies or most military technologies also have spin-offs. The classic case being internet, built for the American military to communicate, and now it has become the lifeline. So, in getting the private sector in, yes, there will be civilian spin-offs to that. A simple thing like unmanned aerial vehicle can also help you say, guide traffic better if you just change the configurations of it. But we all need to agree that while we have niche technology, while we have extremely good people at various places, bright spots being there, somehow one gets the feeling that we are not just going to being able to pull everything together and put the jigsaw perfectly. And that, I guess, it's for the government. Make in India, great initiative, slowly rolling out. We are seeing initiatives. We need to keep going. That's all that I would say.
Okay, all right. And AVM, close the show for us with the concluding remarks.
Taking off from where Sudhi said, somebody has got to have the overall picture. We seem to be pulling in different directions. As you said, bright spots in various places. But who's got the overall plan? And I personally feel the time is well past. Actually, we should have done this maybe 3 decades back, of having an overall system. People call it Aerospace Commission or give it whatever name. But who's got the big picture? Where should Indian aeronautics go? And when I talk of aeronautics, it's just not military, but it's also civil. Because the amount of civil aviation that is going to increase, and UAVs in civil sector. Maybe the numbers will be much more in the civil sector, the plain UAVs, not the armed ones. So, spin-offs from there, making sure that since we are buying in numbers, we use the power of quantity to get technology in. So, the big picture has to be brought in. And before I close, just 2 days back, the United States Navy flew the one F-18 fighter, controlling, the pilot in there controlling 2 F-18s which were unmanned. Okay, so imagine that's where the world is going. That is a full-fledged fighter aircraft with the type of load it can carry. So without a pilot, these 2 guys can go ahead into harm's way, whereas the person who's controlling is safe behind. But now that's where it has reached. So I think the way forward is we must have a bigger agency looking into aeronautics in India, which not only looks at manufacture or equipping the armed forces, but also the planning for that and budgeting for it.
Okay, all right. On that note, then, we'll call it a wrap on this edition of Security Scan. Thank you to all my guests for joining me on the program and putting things into perspective for us. That's it from me. See you again next time.
On Rajya Sabha television.
Hello and welcome to Security Scan. I am Vishal Dahiya, and this week we will talk about BB-RAMs, that is Beyond Visual Range Air-to-Air Missiles. Now, air-to-air missiles are an integral part of aerial warfare, providing a credible option to target and intercept enemy missiles and aircrafts. Now, BB-RAMs, or Beyond Visual Range Air-to-Air Missiles, are designed to engage targets at a range of more than 30 kilometers. India has recently developed its first indigenous BB-RAM called Astra, which is expected to be inducted soon into Indian Air Force. Now, with a speed of Mach 4.5, the Astra has a maximum range of 110 kilometers when fired from an altitude of 15,000 meters. India has also asked France to equip the first 4 Rafale jets with Meteor missiles, which are active radar-guided BB-RAMs, offering a multi-shot capability against long-range maneuvering targets. So how has the BB-RAM technology evolved over the years, and how useful and effective are these missiles in air-to-air combat missions? For more on this, we're joined by a distinguished panel of guests today in the studio. Let me first introduce the guests to you, beginning with Retired Lieutenant General Dr. V.K. Saxena with me here, distinguished fellow from VIF. We also have with us Retired AVM P.K. Srivastava, our defense expert, and Manu Pabi, senior editor, Economic Times, somebody who keeps a tab on the developments in the defense sector out here. Let me begin with you, General Srivastava, and let's try and understand the concept of BB-RAMs and how from air-to-air missiles we have reached this particular stage.
Okay. In a air-to-air combat or in an aerial combat, between two opponents, the one who detects his opponents first, the one who lays on his target first, the one who shoots his missile first, and the one who shoots his missile keeping himself away or at the safe distance from the enemy's munition survives to fight another day. This is the basic fundamental thing for any air-to-air missile combat. Now, beyond visual range, air-to-air missiles are the ones which provide this capability. They are the ones which provide a capability to for the launching aircraft to detect its target at a long distance and thereafter launch the missile, and the missile will go certain distance and thereafter it will open its own eyes and ears and home on to the target.
Okay.
This is what is the latest state. But the story is not like this. It has evolved over last 3 to 4 decades. There was a time when the air-to-air missiles were beam riders. What is beam rider? An aircraft, 2 aircrafts are in combat. The aircraft which is to launch the missile illuminates its target with a beam, with a radar beam. And the missile rides that beam all the way through. It's called beam rider missile. Old Skynet missile of the US Navy was in this category. I'm talking of 50s and 60s technology. Then it's called a beam rider missile. After beam rider missile, what is the disadvantage? The enemy is also seeing that aircraft which is launching the missile because continuously illuminating. Electronically, he is visible to him.
Okay.
Second missile, after some time evolved, which is semi-active homing missile. What is semi-active homing? Here is the launching aircraft which is illuminating the target. The target is being illuminated. The reflected echo which is coming from the target is being picked up by this missile, and the missile is homing onto this. Still, own aircraft, launching aircraft is vulnerable because it is illuminating the target all the time, which is wave is getting reflected. Then came a combination of semi-active, active homing. What does that mean? It means that the radar illuminates the target for a certain time, launches the missile goes. After some time, the missile opens its own seeker and homes on to the target. The aircraft, launching aircraft switches off. This is the missile of AIM-7C missile is of this category of Raytheon. But today is a different scenario. Today the scenario is one of total net-centric warfare. What is in this warfare? The aircraft today, 4th and 5th generation aircrafts are loaded with state-of-the-art aerial radars. Now these radars detect the target. They are SR radars, active electronically scanned array radar. They detect the target at long ranges. And also, once they detect the target, the missile itself is not a dumb missile. The missile itself has got its inertial navigation system on board. It takes the input from the target, from the launching aircraft where the target is, and gets launched in that direction. And when it is flying to the target, it is continuously taking the update from the launching aircraft as to where the target is. And not only from the launching aircraft, it takes the update, it can take the update from what is called third-party sources. What is third-party sources? It can be a ground radar, it could be airborne radar, it could be a sea-based radar, it could be AWACS aircraft, it could be anything. And it homes onto the target and destroys it. So this is, what is this happening? At one time today, there is a scenario in which an aircraft does not have to open its radar at all to take on the target. He selects the target, and moment he selects the target, the situational awareness which is available to him, the common operating picture which is available to him because of the third-party resources starts to feed the inertial navigation system of the missile. The missile homes onto it and goes.
Okay.
Now the target, the radar in the missile is, they started with active radars. Now the technology has gone further. Not only active radar, they also have on board now infrared imaging radar. Means passive radars are also on board on the missile itself. And what is the third? One more capability is coming, is called distributed lethality. What is distributed lethality? The missile is going for a target, but it finds that there is a more lucrative target which is available to it at the point in time. It can have a secondary kill capability even on a ground target.
Okay.
So this is how the story has evolved, and the BV-RAM Meteor which you're talking about belongs to this INS active radar seeking capability.
Okay, so that's an evolution, and quite aptly summed up there by Lieutenant General Saxena out here. Let me bring AVM Srivastava. AVM Srivastava, now that we are talking about BV-RAM and its utility, its effectiveness, and the kind of BV-RAMs indigenously which we have developed, and the kinds which others have, which we are seeking as well, for example, Meteor. How do you see all these different kinds of BV-RAMs?
So before I compare and contrast, let me add to the perspective. When we talk about the air power or the military power, the idea of air power or military power is to influence the actors or the course of events. That is what country wants.
Okay.
And for that, whatever missions you launch, they must be successful always. If they are successful always, they build up the deterrent which we need. Now we are talking about deterrent, and if there's a mathematical calculation which we talked about earlier too, that MOMS, if we take measure of mission success, it depends on two factors. One is mission attainment measure multiplied by survivability rate. So when we talk about BVR in that context, I am beyond visual range of my adversary. So he cannot hit me, but I can hit him. This is also part of the revolution in military affairs. And you add to this and couple with this the precision. When you do that, it becomes a very effective combat. That means you create a deterrent with leaner inventory within the confines of your budgetary constraints, and that can be more this thing. Coming back to our current status, we bought along with Rafales, we bought Meteor. Without Meteor, Rafale actually, despite its agility, it cannot have that kind of effectiveness and deterrent in tactical warfare. We are talking about tactical scenario, not strategic assets we are talking about. Now, this is a weapon which is today, Meteor today is top of the rack. If you compare with the Raytheon or compare with any one of the available ones, whether Python family or anyone, it is one of the best available today. Because of its almost stealth feature, it is considered to be stealthily launched. Because of its no escape kill zone, which is nearly 60 kilometers, which is very, very large. It can kill, if you're within that zone, you'll be definitely killed. Because of its, throttable, throttability of the engine, that it can race up or race down depending on how the target is behaving. And because of its very, very high turn in terms of G. So all that given, it is one of the top of the BVR missiles available today in the world. Coming back to Astra, Astra is again, I think for a first step, we have done extremely well. There's no doubt about it. We have done extremely well because it is one of the things which is in mid-range. Today we are talking about some range which is 110 kilometers for the heights we mentioned. But for a very maneuverable target also, within 20 kilometers envelope, it is a no escape zone for the target.
Okay.
See, earlier what we used to have, when there's a missile launched on us, as General pointed out, with the various earlier generation missiles, there was always a practice with the fighter pilots to have an anti-missile maneuver, and they could get rid of the missile which is launched at them, or even kill the target aircraft which is launching the missile. The moment you kill the target aircraft which is launching the missile, then the missile engagement is gone. And another factor which we want for the current generation of missiles or BVR, it should be net-centric, because the future wars are going to be net-centric. You should be able to do mid-course correction. You should be able to redesignate a target. As he rightly pointed out, if you find a more lucrative target which needs to be engaged, you should be able to do that. On all those parameters, Meteor really stands top of the rack.
Okay.
It's one of those missiles.
Okay. Manu, your views on the evolution. Both the gentlemen have explained it very well. But how BB rams are significant and how they've been utilized by other nations as well. Not many of them have it.
Yeah, it's a unique capability, and while some nations have it, they don't have the top of the end one. So Meteor, as pointed out earlier, is the best in the world. Remember where Meteor is made. It's made in France. You know, France is a country which has potential aircraft which are adversarial, can be both of Western origin, American and Russian. So it is designed for all types of aircraft. So that gives it an advantage of, you know, being more deadly than missiles of those particular countries. But more importantly, what does a BB ram like the Meteor give the Indian Air Force? See, we have entered a stage in which we don't want a loss of life. You know, whenever we want to do operations, we want to do operations in a standoff distance. So we have seen this in Balakot. Our Mirage aircraft, which went in and struck the targets on the ground, they were at a standoff distance. They fired their air-to-ground missiles from about over 90 kilometers. Same here. Yesterday we had, or day before yesterday, we had the shooting. We tried out a new artillery shell, the Excalibur, on the M777, which can hit precisely a target at the range of 35 kilometers. It's an artillery shell. Meteor is the latest in that. So basically, what this does, what this gives the Indian Air Force is the capability to target any aircraft within a range of 150 kilometers. Which means, theoretically, if Pakistan was to scramble its fighter jets for an attack on India like they tried on Nowshera, this Meteor or two Rafales with the Meteor would strike them down. So this basically renders the Pakistani Air Force defenseless from a long distance. Now we had a mismatch here. We were not having this capability in the past. And thankfully with this acquisition and the very capable aircraft, we will have an advantage that from now on, whenever we are launching any operation on our borders, enemy aircraft won't bother us. Our pilots will remain safe. They won't be a target of opportunity for the enemy. And as we've seen, you know, air combat earlier used to be like, you know, the general pointed out, close range, used to have all those fancy maneuvers, you know, an aircraft pulling extra Gs and doing maneuvers to get out. But that's a thing of the past. Now engagements are at long range. That doesn't mean the close range is totally finished, because there might be a situation where you come close and don't fire, and the actual fighting happens at very close range. But BVRs have more or less finished off that concept. That's why we see that a lot of countries now are looking at this capability, and most companies also worldwide are investing heavily in this. And Astra is a good point and example, and I think what DRDO is doing is excellent. They are in fact planning to double the range. That's what the DRDO chief recently said. And if that happens, then if in a period of a decade we can gain that capability, which is you know, exceptionally good, we won't even have to depend on imports like the Meteor, which is actually a very expensive missile.
Okay. You spoke about Astra and the indigenous aspect, and even Shrivastava also pointed out. Let me bring both the gentlemen again on the indigenous capability. You know, we have had indigenous capability in developing missiles like Agni and Akash as well. But having a BBRM for the first time and joining that elite club, one, how did we manage that? It has been almost 15 years of development, which has you know, resulted in developing this kind of missile. And what are its unique capabilities and characteristics? First you, General Saxena, and then AVM Shrivastava.
Sir, I personally feel that while Meteor is the top of the line, as we have already brought out, but we have also done quite a lot of work and good work in that, and we must recognize our own indigenous capability, because tomorrow it is the indigenous capability which will hold you instead. Now our BB RAM capability development started sometime in 1990. And after about let's say 13-14 years of work, in 2003 the first BB RAM called Astra 1 was launched. Now what is this? What is the difference? What are you talking about? Now if you talk of Meteor, it has got a throttable ducted ramjet. Means it can adjust its thrust in the missile combustion chamber, in which it can adjust what is the thrust developed by the engine, how much fuel is to be given to the engine. Like suppose if the target is very far distant, then the missile need not burn out the complete rocket motor. It will burn out little less, and at the end game it will pump in more fuel in the missile system, so that it has a greater speed, it has greater maneuverability, it has a greater component in the end game, greater push and greater pull in the end game. That's why it has got such a tremendous no escape zone of 60 kilometers, in which the aircraft cannot outrun the missile. It cannot outrun means cannot make it expend its fuel completely, it can only outturn by maneuvering. Now, our Astra 1 was not on this category. We did not have a ramjet earlier. We only had a rocket motor, and that rocket motor produced a thrust of 4.5 Mach, gave a range of 110 kilometers, and between 2003 to 2019, 29 times tests have been carried out of various Astra, and now we are coming out to Astra 2. When we talk of Astra 2, there were 3 types of development which took place. We also thought we will go in for ramjet technology. We thought, shall we go in for solid ducted ramjet, shall we go for liquid ducted ramjet, or shall we go for a dual pulsed motor, that means booster and sustainer thereafter. A decision was taken that we'll go for solid fuel ducted ramjet. What does that mean? It means that we will have a technology similar to Meteor, but even one better, means a different type of technology. What is this technology? In this, there will be a nozzle-free booster, which will boost the missile initially. The hot gases which come out, in the case of Meteor, when the hot gases come out from the booster, there is something called EPCU, Electronic Propulsion Control Unit, which has got a valve, and valve can throttle up and throttle down the engine depending on what thrust is required for the missile to go forward. In our case, we do not have this stoppage system. Hot gases are coming out, we will have a hot gases regulation system. Means we will have a regulator which will limit the amount of hot gases getting into the combustion chamber. Thereafter, how much thrust is going to be produced. Similar way as Meteor, the Astra 2 is being worked on the same technology. If you will recall, February 2016, February 2019, the SDFR was successfully tested by the DRDO that this technology called solid fuel ducted ramjet was tested. And now when the Astra 2 actually comes about, it will have a range of 160 kilometers. It will have a speed only of 2.3 to 4.3, 2.3 to 3.3 Mach. That is what is the speed which is being talked about. But what is more important? What is more important is that we are rubbing shoulders with the niche technology. Today we also have. Now what is the Meteor having? Meteor is having an active radar which takes care of the end game, that is the terminal game. Here our active radar will be an SR radar which has a range of 40 kilometers and will have a cone which will have a similar no escape zone, not so much as 60 kilometers, but will have a comparable. Like we talk of AIM 120D, it has an escape zone of 23 kilometers. These are 3 times escape zone, but we will be somewhere in the middle. So we should be proud of the fact that our BV RAM technology, which started in 1990, came to some stage in around 2003. Thereafter, continuously developing from liquid ramjet, decision taken to take solid fuel ducted ramjet, and developing hereafter. And in this testing process, the last test was carried out in 2019 February, which was a success. In fact, DRDO put out a headline that last 5 tests of Astra 2 were successful.
Have been successful.
So, while you see what happens, the company, the Meteor company, the French have said very clearly that while we'll give you the Meteor for the Rafale platform, we are not going to integrate our Meteor with any of the Russian platform, with any of the Israeli platform. Now what happens to your Mirage 2000, what happens to your Su-30 MKI, what happens to your Tejas, which has got electronic warfare component from the Israeli company, what happens to MiG-29K, which is also requiring, you require your own weapon. And your own weapon is coming up in shape. We should respect that capability, we should utilize that capability, and we should stand by our capability.
Okay, then that is where the indigenous capability comes in handy. So, A.M. Srivastava, 2 aspects here. One, our technology, which we have indigenously developed, is at par with what the best players in the world have in terms of BV RAM technology. Actually, and second, it has come at the right time. We need it right now.
Actually, not only I'll agree with General on this aspect, I would rather feel it's a matter of pride for the country. But given all that, I must also say that improvement is an ongoing process. If today Meteor is the best in the world, we need to reach there. But if you really ask me, in motor technology, what General mentioned, we were always very good. We have been consistently good. That's why we have done all Agni series of launches, Prithvi series of launches, and Akash. All these missiles which have come about, they because of the rocket technology, and we have harnessed it very well, whether it is solid fuel or liquid fuel. Now coming forward, that we have made Astra throttable also. That means as far as this missile is concerned, we'll be able to pace up or pace down depending upon how the target is behaving and what kind of agility the target is showing. That is another part of the game. But there's one thing we need to further master. Today, if we see, the Astra has been built on two seekers. One seeker is Russian seeker, which is Agat seeker, which has come out, and the one is indigenous. So we have to still refine our indigenous well-manufactured seeker, because seeker is the heart of the whole business. Now, once that gets mastered, which I believe will get mastered, because as the order is being placed on BDL, we all know about it, and it's likely to come. The first order is going to be nearly of 200 missiles or so, out of which 100 with Agat seekers and next with Bell seekers if they succeed fully, which it will go. And I hope and pray that that happens, because that gives you the capability which you are really looking forward to. And once that capability comes and you are able to master that further, that's where, and another very crucial part comes with it. As Manu pointed out, this missile is very costly, Meteor. And if I compare with the cost of the missile which we are making, Astra, which is nearly comparable, because it's got all the features we need to improve upon, including the jamming resistant feature, which is very important. It can work in intense ECCM environment. I would say it is a shade down, but it is somewhere comparable. Then it becomes, price-wise, it is 1/3. 1/3, that means I can acquire 3 times more. That's a very, very important aspect. And as General pointed out, I am free to put it on any kind of platform. MiG-29s, Su-30s, which are my mainstay. LCA at the moment I got Derby put on that, attached to it. I can do there also. So once I have my own technology, indigenous technology, and the industrial environment supporting that, then you'll really gallop into this technology. You'll catch up very fast. Catching up is not so difficult as producing the first working version. And the first set of things worked really well. They really worked very well. With the blast fragmentation being available, with the proximity fuse being available, the kill probability becomes very high. It does not blast before or very close to it. Goes only if the target is within its kill zone. So that's it. So it's a composite technology including seeker, blast fragmentation, engine, and the kind of guidance, mid-course correction, redesignation. All those factors will come in play to make a BV RAM so effective as we want it to be on all our platforms.
Manu, with all these aspects, now that explained in detail about how our indigenous technology has come about and all that, and it is pretty much at par with the world's best out there, does save us money as well, and we obviously need to go ahead and further build on our indigenous capabilities of developing BB RAM technology. So if you look at it in a holistic perspective, where are we and where are we headed?
See, the problem that we've always faced, and this has been an issue which a lot of people will agree, is that technology we develop, we fail in productionizing it, in manufacturing it. So I was fortunate enough to be in the French facility which makes the Meteor. I was there earlier this year, and they have been producing missiles there for 5 decades, and they've been producing hundreds of missiles a year. So their process of production is very precise. There is no fault. Our issue has been in the past, some very good products which have been developed by DRDO, once they get into production, they face issues and niggles. And that's when the armed forces reject them, saying the quality is poor, production is failing. So we have to improve on that. And the only way you improve on that is you have to place numbers. So if you place an order for 200, don't stop there. It's the first generation missile. You have to give the Indian manufacturer, I think you should call in private industry to manufacture this. They have more precise methods of production. But you have to just give them additional orders. You can't stop. We've seen an example with the Arjun tank. We did induct it in military numbers, but we should have had much more if we had to produce a next generation tank system. The same thing should not happen to a missile like this. We should be consistently ordering it, improving it, refining it while in service, and giving the Indian industry a chance to produce it at par with, say, what Western nations.
And that gives, what you're indicating, that gives the industry a chance to go ahead and put more effort into further research and development out there in terms of both resources and money as well, and obviously, motivation there. Jal Saxena, concluding comments from you.
My concluding comments are that technology doesn't stop anywhere. What is beyond BB RAM? Now today, let me just tell to the user, today the stealthy aircrafts are coming. Okay. Now these aircraft do not require BVNAM. They say we do not want such long range missile. We want more missiles of short range. Why? I can get closer to the enemy aircrafts or enemy target without getting detected. I am stealthy aircraft. I require missiles with larger number but shorter range. This is called Hofer-RAM. Hofer-RAM is a new concept which is coming out, and the missiles which are coming out is small advanced capability missiles which are larger in number, very accurate, but shorter ranges. Why? Because stealthy aircraft can get closer to the target without getting detected. They do not want to carry a few very long range missiles. They will rather carry more missiles of shorter range but better capability. So that's how the technology flies and flies and flies.
Okay, so there it is, another option there, as General Saxena is pointing out, in terms of the future of the technology. But as our panelists explained well in detail, the entire concept of BB-RAMs, the technology involved, and more importantly, the indigenous development of Astra, the BB-RAM, which DRDO has developed and will further improve upon it. We'll come back again next week with a different topic and different set of guests. Till then, keep watching Rajya Sabha Television. Hello and welcome to Security Scan. I am Vishal Dahiya, and this week we will talk about fast patrol vessels. The Defence PSU, Garden Reach Shipbuilders and Engineers, has recently handed over fast patrol vessel ICGS Any Basint to the Indian Coast Guard. It is second in the series of FPVs built by GRSE for the Indian Coast Guard. Fast patrol vessel is a medium-range, high-speed vessel designed to perform multi-purpose operations like patrolling, surveillance and anti-smuggling and search and rescue operations. Now, more than 7,500 kilometer long coastline with 12 major and 185 minor ports are protected by Indian Navy with the support from Indian Coast Guard. And the FPVs play a very important role in this. For more on FPVs and their utilization, we have with us a distinguished panel of guests in the studio today. Let me first introduce the guest to you, beginning with Mr. Hitendra Singh. He is former DIG, Indian Coast Guard. We also have with us Retired Commodore Abhijit Singh, Head of Maritime Policy Initiative. And we also have with us Mr. Ajay Banerjee, the Defence Correspondent from the Tribune. Let me begin with you, Mr. Singh, and let's try and understand what exactly are fast patrol vessels and what's their, genesis of their origin?
The Indian Coast Guard was, started sometime in February 77. And basically the requirement to have a Coast Guard was that a lot of smuggling was going on along the Indian coastline. And these smugglers were taking away a lot of our gold and things like that. And the Customs Department said that we must have boats, high-speed boats, to be able to intercept them. Then initially the Navy used to do that role, but the Navy had slow boats. They were all given to them by the British, and they were not of much use. So what we did was that the first lot of boats that were bought, the customs imported them from Korea, South Korea. They were high-speed vessels, but I wouldn't say they were FPVs. They were fast attack, not fast patrol boats, fast patrol boats. So what happened was that they got those boats from Skolocraft. The Garden Reach shipyard built some of them here also, and they were of the speeds of about 24, 23, 20 knots, between 20 to 23 knots or 24 knots. Okay. Now what happened was that the customs were finding was that whereas in 74, 75, the smugglers had faster boats. They would escape with they would put these outboard motors and go at about 35 knots or 30. We were lacking behind. We didn't have enough speed to go there, and we were making fools of ourselves. There was no point of sort of following a boat and then they're showing you the thumb that sorry, you are nowhere. So it was decided, the Indian Coast Guard decided that we've got to build our ships and boats at speeds much higher than the customs so that we can get them. At least even though we carried a gun, we had the advantage of carrying a gun, but the gun must also come into some range to be able to fire at the fellow. So what we did was that the first lot of these FPVs, as we call them, initially it was called the IP, the inshore patrol vessel. We did a contract with Japan. There was a Japanese shipyard. They were building some very fine ships and light hulls, very light hulls, because the concept of speed is that you must have that much of power to drive that hull at a certain speed. If the hull is heavy, if it's a steel hull, naturally that much of speed will get, because you will need more power. So what happened was that we got these boats from Japan. They were built there, and then 3 of them were built in Garden shipyard in Calcutta by transfer of technology and transfer of all the equipment that was brought here.
Okay.
The idea was to let them learn how to build these boats.
Okay.
And that's how we initially started, with these boats being built in Garden shipyard. These were subsequently followed on by the Mazgon docks, not Mazgon docks, Goa shipyard also. Goa shipyard also took on them, and they also built quite a few of these. But the initial builder was Garden shipyard.
Okay.
Annie Besant was the same boat which was imported from Japan. Annie Besant, IPV, it was called IPV Annie Besant. And she was imported from Japan. Then we found that we increased the power and we slightly changed the dimension, lengthened the ship, so the boat, so that we could get more power.
Okay.
Idea was to design it in such a way.
Okay.
So we got more power, and that's how we call them FPV.
Okay.
So
We'll come to various variants and classes and their specifications as well. But let me bring in Kamal Singh here, and looks like, as Mr. Singh is also pointing out, Mr. Hitendra is pointing out, that we started from the import from South Korea, and then our own shipyards learned the technology, but it looks like it is now completely indigenized. We are making all of them on our own.
Much of this is indigenized, but I'd like to just add on to what the Commodore just said, that it's very important to bring in the context of 2611 to the advances that now we are seeing with the Coast Guard. So one of the things that needs to be mentioned is that 2611, which is the attack on Mumbai in 2008, actually created this urgent imperative for the Coast Guard to modernize. Not just the Coast Guard, but also the Navy in terms of coastal assets and coastal patrolling. And the focus at that time was on getting these fast patrol boats, the fast attack crafts, interceptor boats, because the idea was that there were clearly gaps in our coastal security architecture that needed to be plugged. And for that, it was absolutely necessary that we bring in these fast-moving assets that can help us keep a track of activities in our near seas. And so I think it's significant that every few sort of weeks we get to hear of these new, fast-moving boats that are being included within our arsenal, so to speak. But I actually want to make a broader point, which is that the modernization of the Coast Guard, actually, if we look at it closely, has been actually quite a headline-grabbing event. It's really not grabbed headlines in the way that it should have. Much of the focus has been on the Navy, but it's been significant to see the manner in which the Coast Guard has modernized over the past 5 years. If you look at events of the past 1 year, it will be clear to you that there are a number of big platforms, 2,000-ton plus platforms that the Coast Guard has commissioned. There's been the Vijaya class, in which the Veera and others, as also now the Sanchet class. I think earlier this month, the third of the Sanchet class was the Sajag has been launched. And the Coast Guard has given out a very clear message that the Coast Guard will amp up its assets in the manner of not just a law enforcement agency, but actually a military agency. It's really not military, but the manner in which it has upgraded itself and creditably has been quite in the nature of a military.
Okay.
And in this, I think it has been supported somewhat by the central government. It has got enhanced budgets, and also there has been a very clear understanding between the Coast Guard and the Navy that there will be a productive partnership in the commons. So what we see now happen is that the Coast Guard is building up its assets. It is taking responsibility. It is taking ownership of the events and the activities in the near seas. It's keeping a very close watch on what's happening there. It's ably supported by the Navy that doesn't quite play the premier role in the commons, but is a driving force behind what the Coast Guard is doing today. So I think that these developments, if you see them in toto, if you look at this in conjunction with the developments in the Navy and the manner the Navy is also contributing to Coast Guard, I think the advances have been significant.
Okay, Ajay, quite interesting and quite significant as well when we talk about coastal security and the way, as Abhijit has pointed out, the Indian Coast Guard has ramped up its resources.
It has. See, Vishal, we first have to go back to the turning event which Abhijit also spoke about. Mumbai attacks, when a boat comes in unguarded, seas, and it comes into Mumbai, and 166 people die in the subsequent 72 hours. This was the most audacious terrorist attack. The kind of architecture built after that mandated that the Indian Navy was the overall command and Coast Guard and the Navy would work together. They are working together brilliantly. With regards to these fast patrol crafts, I am very clear that they are the crafts to go, because please understand, for your viewers, the Arabian Sea has got a very shallow shelf. That means the bigger ships cannot go into those creeks and narrow water bodies which need to be guarded. Now, the fast patrol vessels have quicker speeds. They have now, I believe, reached about 35-36 knots. A knot, to tell your viewers, is around 1.8 kilometers is 1 knot. So that translates into around 65-66 kilometers per hour. Now, this looks very infantile in a land-based scenario, but at sea, 66 kilometers per hour is a huge speed, I must tell your viewers. It can beat larger warships. It can outpace several other things. In far as the Coast Guard work goes, it remains within that guarding role. Whereas the Navy uses it, it has used some of these, they call it the fast attack craft. They have used it in anti-piracy patrols closer to our shores, and even this, one of the fast attack crafts even apprehended a pirate boat and even brought it down. This was around 2012 or 2013. But these ships are here to stay, or these vessels are here to stay, because of the following reasons, Vishal, very briefly. Because the shallow waters need fast movement. The huge naval warships cannot turn around. 2, these ships are now interconnected. They have got good comfort levels, air-conditioned comfort levels, quieter engines, and longer endurance at sea. They have an endurance around 6 to 7 days at sea, the smaller boats. Now, this also means the new technology which has come in connects these boats or these vessels to the maritime centers which are at Jamnagar, Bombay, and other places.
Communication.
Yeah, communication. They are connected. A live picture is being communicated to the commanders of the area on these vessels and these boats. They have a wider picture of the area, and they all are connected via the recent developments which have taken place since 2008, the Mumbai attacks. And these developments mean that these boats, or the men on these boats, can keep an eye on illegal fishing, can keep an eye on smugglers who have, unfortunately, the smugglers or pirates have got better technology than such government-aided funds of the other countries also, and our country also.
Okay.
So these vessels are here to stay, Vishal.
Okay. Let me bring you again, Mr. Hitendran, on the aspect here, the different classes of FPVs which we have in terms of the Indian Coast Guard's arsenal. And as Abhijit was pointing out, we're building upon it. There are more which are being built by the shipyards and will be handed over to the ICGS. But what are the different characteristics of different classes which we have, and what are we building upon in terms of technologies which we have? Some of them pointed out by Abhijit here.
Firstly, let me give the full credit to the Indian shipyards. We are now building these ships totally in India, and we are not only building them in India, we are giving some of them to our neighboring countries also. We've given, I think, boats to Mauritius and Sri Lanka. We build ships for them.
Okay.
So, as far as naval technology is concerned, I think we are right ahead. The problem is Coast Guard doesn't require a very high level of, attack capability or something. They don't need missiles or something. As long as they have some good guns, we are okay. We can fire and shoot and, get hold of a smuggler or, trawler, fishing trawler or any such, terrorist coming into the country. But at the same time, I think what we early decided was that we should, like just pointed out by my friend here, we needed ships to be able to go into creeks and narrow areas. So we did a little bit of this thing. You see, most of naval ships and also these ships are all run by propellers, which extend through a shaft at the bottom. And what happens is when she goes into shallow, we have had cases where the ship is run aground. The thing was not run. So we said, all right, I think to save this, we went in for water jet propulsion technology. The jet propulsion like you have in an aircraft. We went for water jet propulsion, and a lot of these boats we were, as you know, again, as it was said, those boats are very high speed boats. They're 40 knots, 45 knots, you know, but we fitted them with jets, which two jets and 3 jets, so that they can go into very shallow water. Even if the water is about say about 12 inches, it will be able to go through and will not get stuck.
Okay.
So we have got a very varied this thing of these boats, and in the sense that as far as the Coast Guard is concerned, it's growing, you know, day to day. It's growing. The government is giving it enough funds, especially after the attacks, you know, this thing.
Okay.
And I suppose in the war, during war, we play number 2 to the Navy. The Navy is the main fighting force, but they expect us to do the patrols and look around and all this sort of thing. So we are there to assist them.
And more significant is during the peacetime, as we're talking about the coastal security.
Coastal security is, let me tell you, let me tell you one thing. There now, with all the kind of force that we have, the number of fast patrol vessels and the bigger patrol vessels, the offshore patrol vessels, there is never a place which is not guarded by all the time, 24 hours, 7. It is there is a Coast Guard ship patrolling the coastline somewhere or the other.
Okay, that's quite a improvement from the scenario which we had almost a decade earlier.
Yeah, that is. You see, but the fact of the matter is that we would be remiss if we limited this discussion just to the patrolling effort. The fact of the matter is that the Coast Guard these days, contrary to popular opinion, does much more than just patrol.
Okay.
In the sense that it's in one sense it's a constabulary force, and it does law enforcement. But growingly there is a realization that the Coast Guard is a multifaceted agency, and it is the most potent agency, the premier agency in the near seas. And I would actually place it at a higher pedestal than maybe even the Navy, which is too busy with the far seas and doing the international maritime diplomacy. So if we really look at the developments over the past few years since 26/11, it would be clear that because the marine police hasn't quite stepped up to the plate in the way that it was expected to, the Coast Guard is actually doing the bulk of the heavy lifting in the near seas. Now, patrolling is just one part of it. The fact of the matter is that other than duties like anti-poaching, anti-trafficking, anti-smuggling, etc., the Coast Guard also does a great amount of search and rescue. The Coast Guard also does humanitarian assistance. The Coast Guard also does control of marine pollution and migration control. These are all areas that require specialist training, and they require a very specialist capability, and that the Coast Guard has gradually been acquiring. So I would say that just limiting this conversation to patrolling and the effort that the Coast Guard puts in patrolling, which is significant, would actually really be missing the forest for the trees. Now, the other thing that's important, and this is a thing that I would like to lay some stress on, that the Coast Guard increasingly has what is now called as soft power potential. So other than the navies that do a great deal of maritime diplomacy, actually it is the Coast Guards also that have been doing a great deal of soft power projection. The Coast Guards, contrary to the navies that are seen to be aggressive and that that are seen to be provocative in the way that they deploy in another country's littorals, the Coast Guard is seen as a benevolent do-gooder force. So when the Coast Guard goes to another country, it's there in their waters, it is almost welcomed because they know that they are providing a service to the people, a service for human security, and that is welcomed. And so if you look at the number of exercises that now we do with countries like Japan, Coast Guard exercises with Japan, with the US, with the Philippines, with Indonesia, you would be surprised to see that the Coast Guard is actually making strides in the Department of Maritime Diplomacy. Just recently, one of our ships had visited Indonesia. There is this, every year there is now a dialogue of Asian Coast Guard heads. This year it was in Sri Lanka, but now not just India, but even Bay of Bengal countries are actually projecting their Coast Guards as instruments of foreign policy. So let's not limit the Coast Guard to just the near seas. It does play a role in the near seas. It does have a very important role in coastal security. But I would say that this is a force that has come into its own in a broader sense also. And I don't want to make a comparison. It would be a false comparison to the Navy that has its own role to play. And the Coast Guard has, over a period of time, gotten over some of the differences that it had with the Navy. It did want to project itself not as a supernumerary force or as a second fiddle force, but as a premier agency in which it has been able to. And what is, again, my last point here would be that what's again significant is that the Navy has actually supported the transformation that the Coast Guard has shown. The Navy has been happy for the Coast Guard to take the lead in the territorial seas and the lead in matters of of law enforcement and constabulary. And the Navy has actually helped this transformation come about. So if you look at the exercises that we are doing with the Coast Guard, Sea Vigil that was held earlier this year, we do Sagar Kavach with them, which is a very interesting because it actually involves about 15 or nearly 20 agencies from the central government, the Coast Guard, the Marine Police, the Customs, and we do this near the seas every few months. We do it in conjunction with many other agencies that help the Navy and the Coast Guard do the exercises. So I think it's been a positive story so far.
Okay, and then both Indian Navy and Coast Guard have had that wonderful coordination amongst themselves. But Ajay, would you agree to this point which is being put forth by Abhijit, that as far as Coast Guard is concerned, it's like a soft power projection?
Undoubtedly, because we track these developments around the year. There's these important Coast Guard meetings with the Japanese Coast Guard. Now, Japanese Coast Guard came here, we had an exercise also with them. Now, this signifies that the Coast Guard is being propped by the government, one. And two, when you look at the assets, when we visit these assets, the assets of the Coast Guard, especially the ships, the surface ships, are almost at par with the Navy in terms of facilities for the sailors. That is a very important aspect, because air conditioning, the engines have to be quieter, they have to be having very good maintenance facilities. Those, when they remain there, means that they are at par with the Navy, those ships of the Coast Guard. Also, interestingly, Coast Guard also flies Dornier aircraft for surveillance, which is also used by the Navy. They also do Cheetah helicopter flying, which is also used by the Navy, and they are also using the ALH in some areas, which is also used by the Navy. As Abhijit rightly pointed out, Navy has actually propped up the Coast Guard to look after the waters which are closer to us, say 100 nautical miles, 150 nautical miles, and the Navy remains out at sea. When you look at the coordination when it happens, recently in September, there was 2 boats which were sailing in from Pakistan. There was an alert, and the Joint Coordination Center sent out a Coast Guard ship, and a naval helicopter had flown over it and seen and told the Coast Guard ship that this is the location and you come over here. That kind of coordination exists between the two forces. And the Coast Guard, when it joins into the Navy's wider game plan of the exercises of Sea Vigil on the West Coast, improves or rather adds to the Coast Guard's operational abilities, and also see how to operate in front of adversity and also to operate in rough seas. Coast Guard has been doing it for long, but naval ships are huge. They are much bigger than the Coast Guard ships. But whereas the government is concerned and the Navy is concerned, I am very sure that they have given Coast Guard the entire backing to be partners, not be second partners, but be partners in the coastal security program which was drawn up after the Mumbai attacks. They have joint cooperation centers, they have joint coordination centers, and they have joint even centers for imagery. I have seen Coast Guard and Navy people operate together in those IMAC centers. IMAC is in Information Management Systems centers, which the Navy and the Coast Guard have come up after the Mumbai attacks. They operated jointly. They are like together, like there is no flaw or there's no chasm between the two forces. So that is why I believe that the Coast Guard has, as Abhijit is pointing out, has a wider role, not just patrolling the seas on a Dornier or a helicopter or on a ship. They have a wider role.
Okay, let me bring in Mr. Hitendra again here on the last question, last aspect, and coming back to what we started with, that's the platform, the FPVs. And in all these aspects, which all of you are pointing out, Abhijit, you and Ajay as well, and the role of the Coast Guard, platforms like FPVs do play an important role. But from an end user's perspective and from Coast Guard's perspective, what is it that the Coast Guard might be seeking in terms of what more the FPVs can pack itself with, or maybe something else which the Coast Guard might have?
Well, actually, the FPV's role is defined. It is, Abhijit talked about it, search and rescue, fisheries protection, all that is there. That's all sort of covered. And I think there is nothing more that they can add at the moment, unless they want to put in a better weapon. That's the only thing. Whereas the Navy carries missiles, we could have a gun which have bigger range or that sort of a thing. That is the only thing that they can look forward to at the moment. There's nothing very much they want. But I must bring out one thing to you, and very significant is that we found that initially the assets of the Navy, the Coast Guard, cost much less than the assets of the Navy. The same asset for the Navy, cost multiplies number of times. And also the back support which you require. To run the Navy, for every 3 ships out or something, you must have 3 people ashore to help them. Here you got 1 person and the rest are all the time patrolling. It's the backup support is...
Okay, let me bring Abhijit and Ajay on the last aspect, and that's quite an important one as well, though both of you touched on it in your initial comments. That's the indigenization aspect, you know, the way our shipbuilders have supported this concept of going ahead and ramping up the resources of Coast Guard and as well as Indian Navy. We have discussed that quite a number of times, Abhijit. And then Ajay.
Well, on the indigenization aspect, I have to say that the Indian shipbuilding yards have broadly been supportive. GRSC has quite a few projects that it is doing, but the coastal project is one of the major projects that it is doing. Similarly, Goa Shipyard that just launched the Sachet is also contributing to the effort in a really big way.
Okay.
I think that one of the problems that has actually not come up in this discussion, which should, is that after 2611, the Coast Guard came up with a very ambitious plan to nearly triple the size of its assets. Now it is on its way, and a lot of these projects that are now seeing the light of day are the ones that were that got underway around 2010 to 2011. But of late, the Coast Guard has faced some problems with regard to its budgets.
Okay.
For instance, last year there were complaints from the Coast Guard leadership that just about 50% of its projected requirement was actually met. So what I suspect is that, or what I expect to happen in the next few years, is that the Coast Guard might find it hard to actually stick to that timeline that it has stuck to itself, because there's definitely going to be a shrinking of budgets.
Okay.
The Coast Guard also might face a problem with manpower. Manpower has been a huge problem for the Coast Guard, not as much for the Navy, more for the Coast Guard. And with technology, the fact is that a lot of this technology that we see being inducted into the Coast Guard was contracted sometime early. Now a lot of the technology that the Coast Guard wants is extremely expensive technology, which we might take some time in getting. So I think we should be focused on the challenges that are there with regard to the Coast Guard, but I think this should not detract from the fact that this has by and large been a success story.
Okay. Ajay?
See, indigenization, Navy has been the leader of all the three forces. That, let us be very, very clear. They are making an aircraft carrier on their own, designed and made on their own. We have made a nuclear submarine on our own, designed and made on our own. Hull was made in India. The other 6 submarines, the Culvery class from the naval group, which was earlier called the Scorpion, DCNS Scorpion, was also being made in India. And also the warships. Keep in mind, Vishal, in the past 10-15 years, we make our own steel grade ship. Ship grade steel, right? We also make a lot of stuff, electronics, the displays are all made by BEL, Bharat Electronics Limited. Same goes for the ships which are with the Coast Guard.
Okay.
And also a lot of part which goes into wiring, harnessing, cabling, tooling, which is all made in India. Largely naval ships today have close to 90% of indigenous content when it concerns the ship's structure, close to 90%. And in the fight capability, we are lower because the guns and the equipment are still to be made. But it is increasing because the BrahMos is made here now. So the BrahMos, when it is installed on the ship, the percentage of the indigenous content goes up.
Okay.
In case of Coast Guard, there are no such missiles being attached to the ships or being put on the ship. But the point is that they are doing a very good job because of indigenization. The ships are made at a lower cost because they are made in India for the past 30, 40, 50 years now.
Okay.
That is why Navy, I say, is the leader, and the other two forces can follow them actually.
Okay, so there it is, the indigenization aspect as well. And as our guests pointed out, this is the story of the FPVs as well as Indian Coast Guard and its transformation in the last few years. We'll come back again next week with a different topic and different set of guests. Till then, keep watching Raju Television. Hello and welcome to Security Scan. I am Vishal Dahiya, and today we will talk about the new submarine INS Khanderi. India's second Scorpion-class attack submarine, INS Khanderi, was commissioned into Indian Navy last week. It is part of Project 75, under which 6 Scorpion-class submarines are being built by MDL and French firm Naval Group, which was formerly known as DCNS. INS Khanderi is a conventional diesel-electric submarine with an overall length of 67.5 meters and height of about 12.3 meters. It has enhanced stealth with a unique design which makes it difficult to be detected by the enemies. It is equipped with advanced Exocet SM-39 anti-ship missiles along with surface and underwater torpedoes. For more on this, we're joined by a distinguished panel of guests in the studio today. Let me first introduce the guests to you, beginning with Flight Commodore Anil Jay Singh, Vice President of Indian Maritime Foundation. We also have with us Captain Alok Bansal, the Director of India Foundation, and we have Manu Pabi, Senior Editor of Economic Times. Let me begin with you, Commodore Singh, and let's try and bring in the historical perspective as well when we talk about INS Khanderi. This is its second avatar.
Yes, I'm glad you asked me this question because I've been part of the history of INS Khanderi. 36 years ago in 1983, I did my complete training, submarine training on board the old INS Khanderi. So INS Khanderi, the first one, was one of the first 4 submarines that were commissioned in the Indian Navy in 1969. From 67 December to 69, we got 4 submarines, which were then baptized by fire because they almost immediately went into action in the 71 war and acquitted themselves very creditably. In fact, INS Khanderi was deployed in an operational patrol, and its commanding officer, then Commander Roy Millen, was even awarded a Veer Chakra for gallantry for the role they played in that war. Of course, during the war, India was still very new to submarining, and so they were a little circumspect about an offensive deployment. So one of the restrictions placed on the submarines then was that they can only carry out an attack if they positively identify the target as the enemy, which in itself is contradictory to submarine operations. You're not supposed to be seen or by any. So if you have to do a positive identification, you have to actually come out to periscope depth, look through that, identify the target, and then attack it. So that was a restriction placed, but those are earlier submarines. Submarining has moved on a lot since then, and India learned some very valuable lessons from those foxtrots. I mean, submarines like Khanderi, Kalvari, Karanj, which are on, the second avatars of which we are seeing now, were very, very safe submarines. They were very effective submarines. They were fantastic training platforms, and I think the lessons in submarining that we learned on those boats is what has helped us consolidate and reach a level today where we can operate these state-of-the-art 21st century submarines with confidence and as the cutting edge of the Navy's offensive capability.
So basically that is where the INS Khanderi's history is, and now that it is beginning its new avatar. Let me bring in Captain Bansal here as well. Captain Bansal, this is going to be the second Scorpion class submarine, the attack submarine which India is inducted, and we have to have 6 in the Project 75. So how do you look at this?
See, this project has got inordinately delayed. The submarine itself, after it was launched, I think in 2017, people were optimistic that it will be inducted immediately. There have been a lot of complaints about the thing, and I think which the shipyard has taken a long time to complete. Even now, there are some question marks whether all the objections or all the pending defects have been rectified or not, because media is coming out with stories that some of those are still pending. I'm not quite clear about it. But there is no doubt that Scorpion submarines were selected after a big round of discussions and selection process, and it was felt that this was the best submarine that was suited for Indian conditions. And I think this is the second submarine of that lot, because our submarine force levels had depleted considerably, and the impact of that was being seen when maintenance and other things were getting affected. We had certain major accidents concerning submarines, which were something which had never happened in India. And I think that led to, I think, even more bigger pressure on inducting these new submarines. And these are much better, much more better equipped. The sensors and the weapons that these submarines carry are much better. However, let me clarify that Foxtrot, the previous Khanderi, was an extremely safe submarine. In fact, I think it was one of those designs which are freak designs, which are like MiG-21, which was a very good design. Like design wise, you could not find fault. It was very sturdy, very safe. And I think for a country like Soviet, it was used by Soviet Navy, where you had conscripts. So people were not through and through submariners. There are a large chunk of the crew who were coming for a short duration, and for them you needed a platform which was extremely safe. Our subsequent inductions have not been so safe, though they may have been very, very capable. And I think as we graduate to more higher technology weapon platforms, this factor will play a major role. So training will assume a very big significant role in what happens in future. And this induction is a very, very significant induction. It's also very significant because the new defense minister, I think for him it was a new exposure to naval matters. He spent a day with Western Fleet on the ships, and then of course he went and commissioned. So he's been exposed to all three arms. He was on an aircraft carrier where he saw carrier operations, the surface naval operations, and now the submarine. So for somebody who had no exposure to defense, like he himself admitted that this is one field on which he was fairly ignorant. So he has got this exposure, and Navy is one of the silent services. So exposure for anyone who is outside the Navy, as far as naval arms is concerned, is extremely limited. So it's a very good thing that he has been exposed to this. And I think this will give him also an understanding of what is required, and he would probably understand that now the second has been inducted and so many years behind schedule. I think we need to pressurize the shipyard and the other agencies to ensure that submarines come out in time, or at least in some time-bound manner, so that the force level requirements of India are met.
Okay, so basically the schedule, the time schedule has to be met with, and safety and training is obviously an important part when we talk about submarines. So let me bring in Manu. Manu, your views on the induction of this second Scorpion class submarine.
I think it's very significant. We are getting a new submarine in almost 2 decades. So most submarines in the Indian fleet right now, the conventional ones, are over 20 years old. And you know, that makes a huge difference in terms of the technology you have, the weapon range, the kind of sensors you have on board to detect enemy ships, to detect enemy submarines. This is a whole new generation. We don't have anything like that in the Navy right now. And this has taken us to the next league. But this is not the end. See, remember, the submarines were ordered in the early 2000s. The order was placed in 2004, 5. It's taken a long time for them to come. So even though we think they're very modern, a lot of technology on board is already a bit outdated. So I think what is important is how this submarine in the next few years gets updated once again. In fact, we have been told, and hopefully that project goes through, in the future the Khanderi and its predecessor, the one that came before, the Kalvari, will both be fitted with an AIP, an air independent propulsion, which will give them the ability to remain under sea for weeks. That is planned in the next 5 to 7 years whenever it goes for its next refit. So that will again add one more dimension to the capability of the submarine.
Okay.
So remember, the other thing that is important to understand about this class getting inducted is that there has been a proliferation of conventional submarines in our neighborhood. Every country around us is getting new submarines, including Pakistan. And Pakistan is relying now more on the Chinese technology. All the new submarines will be Chinese, which are not as capable as the Khanderi, which is of Western design. And I think the more time passes and the more that we see Chinese submarines operating in the Indian Ocean region, we will require this fleet and the follow-on, which is the P-75I class, which was 6 more conventional submarines which are to be built in an Indian yard later.
Okay, so there it is, the strategic aspect. We'll come back to that and bring in Mr. Bansal as well. But let me first go to Commodore Singh on the features aspect and the characteristics and the weapon systems it has. Specifically, when we look at the kind of platforms which we are trying to counter in our neighborhood waters, and also from the aspect of what our submarines already have, and what is it that INS Khanderi is packed with?
I'll answer this from 2 perspectives. Firstly is, what does Khanderi by itself bring to the table? As has been brought out by Manu and Alok, this submarine is way behind schedule. This submarine should have actually been commissioned perhaps by 2012. So we're running almost 6 to 7 years behind schedule. And therefore there are technologies like air independent propulsion, which almost all contemporary submarine operating navies are using, but the Indian Navy has still not reached that level. So effectively, what have we got 25 years after we got our last submarine? A submarine that is only marginally better in endurance and range.
Okay.
However, that notwithstanding, it is a modern submarine. It is definitely will be more silent. It will have latest design technologies, stealth technologies. And it is now for us, now that we've got the platform, how good can we make it in the years to come? For that, we not only need to be very alive to what we require in the next few years, but we should be time-bound in how soon can we get them. For example, air-independent propulsion, which is mentioned, at the moment is a very open-ended program. When the Indian air-independent propulsion system is ready, it will be fitted on board. When? That's the million-dollar question. We don't know yet. Then we come to the 75I program. So how has this helped us? We'll get 6 submarines in the next let's say 4 years, we get 4 more submarines. So we'll have, by 2023, we'll have 6 Scorpion class. 75I has not taken off really as a program. Therefore, we've had to refurbish our old submarines which are more than 25 years old. So effectively, we'll, let's say, have 10 good submarines by 2025. But the way the 75I program is going today, it will be at least 10 years before the first 75I submarine is commissioned if all goes well with the program. Now, can we afford this kind of slack at a time when we know what the kind of regional maritime security environment is? And why is it that we are not being alert or being aware or not responding to this to be able to do it that much faster? That is what is an area of concern. It is not that whether we have these many submarines or that many submarines. It's what are we doing to enhance or augment our capability? Why are we not learning lessons from our past mistakes and making sure that they don't occur again? That is what is not happening, and that is what is going to affect India's undersea warfare capability over the next 10 or 12 years. It is not something that a Khanderi today or a Kalvari yesterday or a Karanj tomorrow is not going to alleviate that problem.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is that we'll have to look at the long-term approach and work according to that as well. But you brought in the regional maritime security environment aspect, wherein I want to bring in Mr. Bansal here. From that perspective, if we look at the way Indian Navy has to expand its operations and look at make its presence felt as well. So from that perspective, it is quite important to have submarines like these and more of these, and the Project 75I as well, which Commodore Singh and Manu is also talking about.
See, there is no doubt that India needs more submarines, but let me clarify. Submarine is a sea denial weapon. It's actually a weapon of the weaker. But every country needs it because in tropical waters like us, a submarine is virtually undetectable. I don't think so. Any country in the world can say with certainty that I will detect a submarine in these waters. You can get the US Navy, you can get the Russian Navy, you can get the Chinese Navy, nobody can say it. So that is one thing very important, and that's one of the reasons why SSBN program is also progressing independently, because our second strike capabilities, when we're talking of nuclear stockpile, has to be underwater, because that is the safest arsenal that we can have. Having said that, Indian Navy aims to dominate Indian Ocean, and I think for sea control you do need surface ships, and I think that's why when we had a little bit of a crunch of funds, the focus in last 20 odd years has shifted towards surface ships rather than towards submarines. But it has created an imbalance, and I think that is what we need to do. Compare that with other navies, which are smaller navies, which are weaker navies. They have focused far more on submarines. You see, look at Pakistan, even countries like now Bangladesh have acquired submarines. So really one has to wonder as to why are they doing so. And for a weaker nation, it makes immense use to have submarines. Not that we don't need it, we also need it. But for them, it's actually a platform of asymmetric warfare, where you have to fight a stronger navy and you want to prevent it approaching your coast or something like that. Submarine is an ideal weapon of deterrence, and it manages to deter the things. But yes, submarine cannot get you sea control. If you are wanting to dominate the sea lanes, or you want to escort the shipping, or you want to, because the type of economic activities that we are going to have. So that has not happened, and probably this is the reason why we have actually the submarine production. Of course, there are so many big mistakes that we have done. We set up a submarine assembly line in MDL in the past. We actually allowed it to finish off. The expertise was allowed to lapse. I think that was a criminal negligence. But even now, I think we have seen the delays that have occurred. Primarily because I think for some time the focus has been a little away from submarines into other platforms.
Okay, Manu, your views on that?
No, I agree. There has been, that imbalance that Mr. Bansal is talking about has been created, but it is important to rectify it now. And if we don't do it, we're going to fall behind times. And the issue about sea denial, the kind of activities the Chinese Navy is doing in the Indian Ocean region, and the number of ships they have on the surface, it won't be possible to match them ship for ship. It's just impossible. They're churning out a frigate every 6 months. That's the kind of capability they have. India's making a frigate in 6 years. So it's an asymmetric kind of a situation there. So for that, I think we'll have to shore up our underwater fleet a bit more. And I think the conventional and the nuclear program together, if they go on the right path, can put us there. But it's important not to do delays. And the other important thing to do is that, we can have platforms, but you also need to have weapons on them. The biggest weakness of the Khanderi and the Kalvari before this is that it doesn't have a modern torpedo. There was some corruption scandal years ago, and the torpedo that was supposed to go was cancelled. So we are using some older torpedoes from SDW class submarines on this, which is again criminal because it's a great modern platform. If it doesn't have the right weapon on board, it is not as effective as it should be.
Okay.
So the focus should be on also arming these up, platform, arming this up. I think it's a long-term approach is needed, and of course, I think it needs a bit more, political push. We've seen the defense minister on the ship. I hope he takes it forward. But yes, I think a bit more scrutiny from the political leadership could take this program up much better. Yeah.
Okay, a bit more push required there as well. But Commander Singh, one aspect here is, the importance of platforms like INS Khanderi from Indian Navy's perspective, now that we have the second Scorpion sub, in terms of its own maritime policy which we have. And if you look at the aspects which are being brought in by Captain Bansal and Manu as well, that some sort of balance will have to be struck between having surface ships and bringing in more submarines into the fleet.
Yes, look, each kind of platform in a blue water navy has a role to perform. So it's not that if you can allow an imbalance to happen. For example, conventional submarines. India still is going to, when it actually goes into battle, is going to fight a conventional sort of limited battle space, maritime battle space war, where it is the conventional submarine that's really going to be the asset to have, and not an SSBN or perhaps even an SSN. The Indian Ocean is a unique ocean. It is bound by 5 choke points. Now, if India wants to be the dominant force in the Indian Ocean, which it is and wants to remain so, it should be able to have some control over these choke points, about the movement of traffic that's going through these choke points, and allowing or not allowing other navies to come into it. Now, the submarine becomes a conventional submarine becomes a very effective platform. The Iranians have, just because they have those 2 kilo class and a few midgets, they are able to threaten the US with closure of Straits of Hormuz. So that's the sort of element in a choke point area where a submarine deployment can help. So India has, besides this SSN program, which has a larger operational element, or the SSBN program, which is primarily strategic, I think the SSK program, the conventional submarine program, is extremely important for the Navy to get its offensive, cutting-edge capability. And I think this is something we cannot neglect at the cost of other platforms. Yes, there has been a delay, but there is an opportunity now to rectify that. And I hope the right decisions are taken by the right people. And I think the most important thing, and this is something that I've been emphasizing time and again, the ownership of this program should lie with the Navy and not with somebody who doesn't understand submarines. Unfortunately, what happens in our sort of procurement procedure, the user seems to be the last priority. There are a lot of other factors which seem to be coming into play, the strategic partnership model, the indigenization element. Yes, these are important, but not at the cost of combat capability.
And the end user has to be an important part out there. That's quite an important, significant point, Mr. Bansal, and I'm sure you would want to speak on that as well. But in addition to that, if you look at how things move from here onwards, keeping all these elements in mind, and specifically looking at the SSK program.
See, as Commodore Singh said, the end user is the most important one, because they are the ones who are going to use this platform. They are the ones who are going to go on these platforms to war. Their lives depend on it. Their success depends on it. So they are, of course, the most important. But of course, there are various issues. When we talk of DRDO and defense services, there is, of course, a perpetual problem where DRDO does not deliver on time and defense services keep revising their staff qualitative requirements. So you can't have this tail chase which goes on and on. Indigenization is essential. Once we promote indigenization, then of course you can push. Now with private industry coming into the defense field, an indigenized platform, once it's given to the corporate world, probably can modernize faster and stabilize. So I think in the long term this process is effective. But what is required is actually a political oversight of these projects. Unfortunately, in India, as I said, bureaucratic control of the defense services has actually led to extreme form of red tapeism, and that's actually led to most of the defense projects virtually crawling, and in fact it's resulted into cost overruns which are criminal actually. And I think a time has come when the political leadership must take an active supervision over various projects that are coming up. And as far as conventional submarines are concerned, They are important, and there is no doubt that they are quieter. Very often, whatever I know is that they are far more quieter than the nuclear submarines. So, positioning them in choke points, etc., is essential. But in the absence of an air-independent propulsion system or something, their efficacy in blocking a choke point, and especially a crowded choke point like this, is, to my mind, fairly severely curtailed in the absence of any other platform not being there. Okay. You need some other platform which is able to communicate with them, identify maybe MR aircraft on the in the air which can identify equipment, because in a crowded choke point where you have so many contacts which are moving around, for a submarine which is underwater to positively identify a target and attack in an environment where you not only have enemies and own ships, you have neutrals, a bulk amount or large number of neutrals in merchant ships, will be difficult. Okay. On the other hand, SSNs have that advantage that they have the endurance. So since they have the endurance, they could probably remain there for a longer period. And as of now, to my mind, choking does not really require a submarine per se, because what you are trying to choke is the merchant traffic, and for that I think a presence of a surface ship which is actually seen may be more effective. Okay. But having said that, submarines are required. As Manu said, the Chinese Navy will start coming in a big way, though I have my doubts whether in the immediate future Chinese Navy will be in a position to position those sort of surface ships in Indian Ocean. But yes, they are going to grow. In 70s and 80s, we used to fear a bigger navy. So that is the time when we focused on submarines more, because that time we were trying to deny sea to certain bigger navy which had plans against our nuclear programs and things like that. So in those days, we were focusing more on submarines. We did not focus, and now again we are trying to build it up, and that's what is required. And when we build up, we'll require all three types of submarines: conventional submarines, SSN, SSBNs, all will be required.
Okay, so there it is, another aspect of looking at this entire issue. Also, Manu, looking at how things might move, specifically for the SSK program, and the way, the kind of balance which both Commander Singh and Captain Bansal is pointing out in terms of striking that balance between the surface ships and having submarines as well.
No, I have to compliment the Navy on one thing. They are the only force amongst the three ones that we have which have actually paid heed to Indianization. And this submarine, no matter it's delayed, it's over cost overrun, it's a huge achievement to having built a submarine in India. I think that is the way of the future, that the plan for the future SSKs that the Navy has in place, that is to manufacture 6 more here, maybe at MDL, maybe at some other yard. I think that's the perfect way of going ahead, because that will also give you technology which can make you more independent in the future. To strike that balance requires you to have the knowledge and the technical expertise to build as many as you want whenever you want. I think that's the most important factor of this Calvary class being manufactured in India. The technology it's bringing in. MDL is now a yard which has a huge trained manpower. It's expertise which should not be lost like it happened in the 80s when we abandoned the program midway. I just hope that the Navy takes this forward and doesn't lose much time and expertise, because if these guys are without jobs for 5 years, then you will lose them to other sectors. So I think the future is a faster execution of the next program, using this manpower expertise to the next level, and striking a balance. Perhaps in the at least 10 years it will take, still a decade, but we are getting there hopefully.
Okay, Commander Singh, final words from you before we close this.
Well, Khanderi is a great asset, a great addition to the Navy's submarine arm, but it's clearly not enough. A lot more needs to be done, and needs to be done fast. That's how I would look at the development in the future.
Okay, so there it is, short, simple and crisp from Commander Singh and our other two guests as well, in detail as to what exactly does INS Khanderi's induction mean for the Indian Navy and what we need to do to go ahead and further enhance our capabilities. We'll come back again next week with a different topic and different set of guests. Till then, keep watching Rajya Sabha Television. Hello and welcome to this year's first episode of Security Scan. I am Vishal Dahiya, and this week we will talk about the formidable ground attack aircraft MiG-27. Commissioned into the Indian Air Force in 1985, the MiG-27 remained an integral part of its combat strength for over 3 decades. The last squadron of upgraded MiG-27 was decommissioned last week, bringing an end to the 34-year-long journey of this formidable ground attack fighter aircraft. Single-engine, single-seater tactical strike fighter aircraft MiG-27 participated in all major operations of the Indian Air Force and played a stellar role in the Kargil War. The fighter jet's heroics during the Kargil conflict earned it the nickname Bahadur from the Air Force pilots. MiG-27 was initially developed in the erstwhile Soviet Union and later indigenously manufactured by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. Its maximum speed is 1,700 km per hour. It has over 123 mm 6-barrel rotary integral cannon and can also carry up to 4,000 kg of other armament externally. For more on this aircraft and the glory of MiG-27, also what it did during its service in Indian Air Force, we are joined by a distinguished panel of guests in the studio. Let me first introduce the guests to you, beginning with Rad Major General Ravi Arora, Chief Editor of Indian Military Review. We also have with us Rad Air Marshal Dheeraj Kukreja is the former AOC-in-C of Training Command, and we also have with us Mr. Ajay Banerjee, the defense correspondent of the Tribune. Let me begin with you, Air Marshal Kukreja, and let's begin with an overall overview of the MiG-27.
Well, the MiG-27, like you rightly said, it came in 1985. But it was in 1982 that the MiG-23BN came in as its predecessor. The 27 is a modification made by the Russians or the Soviets at that time for specifically on the demands of the Indian Air Force. And then it was initially it came down as semi-knockdown kits to be assembled here. Then it came down for under license manufacture. So that is how the MiG-27 came in, and the 23BNs were phased out.
Okay.
Both had the same role of a tactical ground attack fighter aircraft. Both of them, I would say, especially the MiG-23BN, which I happen to have flown in 1982, was a difficult aircraft to fly. All of us, we used to start palpitating when we had to come back and land. That was the most difficult part. But once you got the hang of it, then it was a pleasure because it had so much of thrust in it. And the same thing carried on with the MiG-27. But MiG-27 also had a little checkered history in the Indian Air Force. There was a time, I think it was in 1990 probably, that the entire fleet had to be grounded because there were some problems with the R-29 engine that it had, and the entire fleet had to be grounded till it was rectified, checked out by the Russians, and the HAL people had also seen as to what was wrong, and then it started off. And towards the end, of course, like all aircraft have upgrading phase. The MiG-29, before its final phase out, had been upgraded with French avionics. It was doing well, but then it had lived its life.
Okay.
There were problems of getting spares because the manufacturing had stopped in Russia.
Okay.
So that's how finally it went out from the Air Force last week on 29th, I think if I remember, 27th of December.
Okay. One of the high points of MiG-27's association with the Indian Air Force has been its stellar performance during the Kargil War. So if you could summarize or shed more light on how was it and what is it that MiG-27 did in Kargil War which earned it the name Bahadur?
You see, all the aircraft that flew in Kargil, whether it was the Mirage 2000, whether it was the MiG-27, there is a problem flying at those heights and delivering its weapons. Now, when you fire, when you are flying in those heights, the aircraft is not as responsive as it is closer to sea level or in medium altitudes. This is at high altitude delivery of weapons. So, and with the type of armament that it was carrying, apart from the cannon that you mentioned, they slapped on rocket pods. So now in the rocket pods, you find that what we used to call them as UBA 32. UBA 32 is basically the pod name. That means it carries 32 rockets and 57 rockets, which is a deadly weapon. Now, those rockets, when they are fired in a salvo, because the aircraft is moving forward, so the salvo is not does not stop at one point. It goes right up to a couple of 100 yards. So, when that salvo is fired, it happens with at all levels, but then the problems are aggravated at high altitude, at Kargil altitudes. That the airflow in front of the intake gets disturbed. So it tends to lead to some engine problems, which happened in one case where the engine flamed out because of that. And he didn't have time to squad leader Ahuja. He didn't have time to relight it and he had to eject. But those rockets are a big demoralizing factor for the chap who's receiving it on the ground. So that is and more such things that the aircraft did got it its name of Bahadur.
The nickname Bahadur. Let me bring in General Arora here. General Arora, your memories and also how would you look at the MiG-27's 3-decade-long journey with the Indian Air Force?
I was lucky that I was a brigade major in Rajasthan, the brigade which looked after the Longewala area in 1985-86. And this aircraft had just come in and it was based at Jodhpur. And I remember one day driving from Longewala towards Jodhpur in a jeep, and I heard such a thunderous sound as if the earth was splitting. There was a MiG-27 flying at 100 feet above my head from behind me. And when that happens, it is unexpected. You don't know this is an aircraft, much lesser a MiG-27 which I had not seen before, and making such a noise, and which later I learned from MiG-27 pilots. They themselves, when they are flying fast at lower speeds, this aircraft was known to be the fastest aircraft at that time. And the airframe used to shudder, and they themselves thought, but it kept steady and it kept its hold. And imagine somebody going on the road, nothing is visible in the sense that it is a deserted road in the deserts, and such a roar starts off and suddenly goes above your head. You are quite shaken. You know, he doesn't have to fire a rocket to shake up the enemy, as to say. So thereafter I had number of interactions with them. They came in support of land forces during exercises with my brigade, and I learned they called it the fast and furious fighter. For its age and time, that is the analog age, this was a wonderful aircraft, very powerful, and it had sweep wings, variable geometry sweep wings, which means at 0 degree the wings were here, at 16 degrees for takeoff and low level flying they would sweep back 16 degrees, 45 degrees for combat because it increases its speed, and 72 degrees going back, almost like becoming a missile for high altitude and fast getaway. This was unique about this aircraft. But remember, at that time it did not have satellite navigation or GPS. The pilots had a lot of workload to do. They were fatigued, and when you asked them, would you like to have air-to-air refueling in this aircraft? And they said no, because flying this jet is quite fatiguing. Even at the end of 45 minutes or 1 hour of flying, their behinds are aching. So they were not in favor of that, because outside the cockpit and inside the cockpit, they had a lot of monitoring to do. They had to do navigation, they had to look at the maps, they had to look at all the controls. So nowadays, they didn't have head-up display. It came later with some of the upgraded aircraft. The other thing you can remember about this aircraft is that it had 9 hard points.
Okay.
2 of them were for drop tanks. They were often seen flying with drop tanks because of the distances from Jodhpur. And the remainder 7 hard points, they could carry 4,000 tons of armament, bombs or rockets or pods. And if they were not carrying their full load, they could carry what the pilots call the Gasha Gatling gun, 6-barrel gun. It could carry only 240 rounds, although its rate of fire was 5,000 rounds a minute. If you press the trigger too long, in a few seconds, all 240 rounds would be fired. So, but you can also remember this aircraft for the number of accidents it had, for the low serviceability, it was 60 to 70% later on, and for a couple of controversies which came up later, we can discuss.
Okay, we'll come to that aspect as well. But before that, Mr. Ajay Banerjee here, patiently listening to both the gentlemen recounting their memories. But from your point of view, Ajay, if you look at the aircraft the Indian Air Force has had so far, and the place where we have reached now with Rafale in our, inventory, how would you see MiG-27 as one of those which Indian Air Force had at one point in time?
Vishal, allow me a little digression. I'll paint a picture of the early 80s. It was the middle of the Cold War. We said we were non-aligned, but we were seen in the USSR or the Soviet camp. The Americans had supplied the F-16 to Pakistan in the early 80s, and we wanted an answer to the F-16s. So the Ruskies or the Soviets gave us the MiG-29, which is still flying. It's a wonderful twin-engine aircraft, the MiG-27, and also the little talked about MiG-25. It was a surveillance aircraft, flew at very high speeds and flew at almost stratosphere, outside the stratosphere, almost at 80,000 feet high. It was a surveillance aircraft. I'm talking of the pre-satellite era. Please see that. And this was the answer we had to the F-16 then, the MiG-27 and the MiG-29 and the MiG-25 for surveillance. Now, why these? Because these at that given point in time were the most progressive, the most advanced aircraft at those times in the Soviet arsenal. We were, though non-aligned, but seen in the Soviet camp. So we had to go to the Soviets for that. By that time, we also had the Mirage 2000, and we also had started the process of the Jaguar. So we were expanding force at that given point of time. Now, let us jump to now. Now we are now, as you rightly pointed out, we will be getting the Rafale another 3 months from now. The first of the Rafales will be coming to Ambala, as we know that. And the Sukhoi, of course, we have made 260 of those in India, and we have to make 272 of those. Another 18, I believe, the Air Force is wanting another 18 as replacements for the crashes and other stuff. But how the progress has come, because, see, Vishal, to explain to your viewers, fighter aircraft are measures in generations. Like, for example, the Sukhoi is a 4th generation aircraft. The MiG-27 were possibly a 2nd generation, 2.5 generation. The Rafale is 4.5, it is said in the international world. Now the world is moving on to the 5th generation aircraft, the F-22 Raptor of the US and the Sukhoi 57 which the Russians have built. Are we there in the 5th generation aircraft at the moment? The Air Chief made a very valid announcement during the press conference in October last year. He said that India will make the 5th generation aircraft in India itself. It's a very, very telling statement that India will move on to make a 5th generation aircraft of its own. The Air Chief is backing it, the DRDO is saying we will make it, and that project is called, as we all know, the AMCA, the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft.
Okay.
So that will be our swan song when we start making it. We all know that Tejas is being made. Some 300 of the Tejas have to be made of various versions. 40 are on order, another 83 will be soon on order, and the medium weight fighter called the Tejas Mark II will be also on order. So that is how we have progressed since 80s to now, entirely Soviet dependent to making our own. This is the progress in the past 35 years as I see it, Vishal.
Okay, General Arora, that sums it up very perfectly, from being dependent on a particular kind of aircraft or on a particular country, we're now slowly moving towards the indigenous aspect, and from 2.5 generation to the 5th generation aircrafts now.
Yeah, that is why when the MiG-27 was in service, a need was felt to upgrade it. Now, when I was talking about controversies, these were the 2 controversies which came up because of the Controller and Auditor General's report in 2008. First, he talked about the upgrade plan itself. That upgrade plan was sanctioned in 1999. For then, there were 133 aircraft. They were to be upgraded at a cost of 921 crore rupees. But by 2008, when this report was laid before Parliament, it said only 20 aircraft have been upgraded, and out of that, only 10 have been accepted by the Air Force. This was 2008. And the Russians had said that we will discontinue support for this aircraft and the engine by 2012. So there were four years left, and there was so much delay in the upgrade. The upgrade was to improve the strike capability and the night fighting capability of this aircraft. So the Air Force had to drop some of the plans, because it was of no use when only 4 years are left. It had not been decided when to phase it out. But in view of the Russian declaration that they would end the support, it didn't make sense to continue. So only some of the aircraft were, thankfully they were upgraded because it came in use later.
Okay.
And then second time when the controversy arose was in 2014, when again the CAG reported that an EW system for this aircraft called Takshak, in a joint venture with Israel, again sanctioned in 2009, but by 2014 it had not seen the light of day, in the sense it had not successfully been completed.
Okay.
And that time the phase out date had been announced for 2016. It's another matter that again it has taken almost 3 to 4 years to phase it out. So it did not make sense to have spent and foreclosed the project. A 311 crore project for EW systems, out of which 155 crore rupees had been spent, was foreclosed, and that was a loss of money.
Okay.
So these were the controversies, but again, for its time and for its era, as I said earlier, this was a wonderful aircraft with a few engine problems and excellent airframe, although there were problems with the airframe also, as pointed out by the CAG.
Okay. Let me bring Air Marshal Kukreja here on the, for its time and for its era phrase, which General Rao is pointing out. If you look at Air Marshal Kukreja, the way MiG-27 was, and if you look at the other counterparts, the Western counterparts, or the other planes at that point in time, the fighter jets, how would you, make a comparison, and where would you put MiG-27? Ajay Banerjee, clearly pointed out why we needed it and the reason why we had it.
You see, every aircraft or every country which manufactures aircraft. Now you take the F-16. F-16 has been in service with the United States Air Force and so many air forces in the world with for almost 40 plus years, touching 50 years. But then you have, like in a car, you have Mark 1, Mark 2, Ambassador Mark 1, Ambassador Mark 2. Here you have Block A, Block B, Block C. It's gone up to Block J, I think, if I'm not wrong. Just like the C-130. That also is C-130J. Okay, so every aircraft keeps getting upgraded. The airframe remains the same. The engine power engine is modified if required to make sure that it gives the necessary thrust to cater for the extra load if anything has been added on.
And more technological advancements.
And technological advancements. The avionics keep improving. The instrument changes. Like he mentioned, the workload on the pilot was more. Initially, we used to look down and fly. Now we had to look down to see our altitude. You had audio warning coming in case the radio altimeter, you had set it at 30 meters or less. And then when you went below that, you got an audio warning. It was also connected to the autopilot. That it used to pitch the nose up so that it's safety. The safety factor. But these were all, at that time it was very good. That time we felt that from MiG-21 to MiG-23 and then to MiG-27, what a change. But now when you think of it, it was very rudimentary.
Okay.
Now when you think of it, because what all is there, a Su-30 pilot flies for 6 hours, 8 hours. That's more than a transport aircraft at times, because of with air-to-air refueling. So, these type of things keep changing. But that time, like Ajay pointed out, we had the 21, we got the 23. 23 was still in service when 27 came in. 25s came in for recce. 29s came in for air defense. And 25s again, it was no missile from our adversaries could reach it. No surface-to-air missile could reach it. We used to fly very comfortably at 80, 90,000 feet, enter from one tip of the country and come out from the other side and map the entire country. And from there, either depending on where he's exited the country from, he used to come back to his parent base or land somewhere for refueling and then fly back again.
Okay.
But those were the days of, it was the MiG era at that time.
Okay.
It was the MiG era.
Okay. Ajay, from MiG era to now the 5th generation era, you've given the perfect timeline pointed out. But one question here is that was MiG-27's potential fully, exploited by the Indian Air Force during its tenure of more than 3 decades?
Yeah, given the circumstances, yes. Because see, what happens is when we are dependent on another country for spare parts, for repairs, for maintenance, and crucially, when we don't know the technology how to do it, then that is the best exploitation you can have. We will have the best exploitation in the Tejas because we are making on our own. Our engineers are sitting here, they know how to do it, the pilots are there, and thankfully, the present Air Chief is a former test pilot of the Tejas. So it is like the back of his hand, and the present Air Chief was test pilot of the Tejas. I must remind your viewers, when we were facing sanctions in 1998 after the second nuclear test, he was a test pilot in those trying times, when you were like the black sheep of the world. So he knows it, and when we are making the 5th generation, what we make on our own will always help us better.
Okay.
And Vishal, I always believe that technology is changing. The Air Force is a very dynamic force. It realizes this, that the technology is changing, and the way technology is changing, possibly we will have more unmanned systems in the air for surveillance. We already have satellites and unmanned system for surveillance, and also for attack possibly in the near future, because there is already talk of buying 20 such attack drones from a US company. And when we have these drones, attack drones, I think the attack drones will be flying in a combat in future with the fighter jets. The man stays back and the unmanned goes ahead and comes. That's the kind of scenario I visualize in the near future, because wars will be short, swift and deadly.
Okay.
We won't have those times, that 15-day war or 18-day war. Those eras, I believe, are gone.
Okay, so the times are changing, and so is the technology and avionics on different fighter aircrafts as well. Before we conclude the show, both General Arora and Air Marshal Kukreja, how would you like to remember MiG-27 in few words, both of you, starting with General Arora?
Well, from the pilots who flew the MiG-27, I've learned it was a wonderful aircraft. They've lived their life with it, and now they've given way to much modern aircraft. With the last squadron of the MiG-27 being phased out, we are down to 28 squadrons, including the one Tejas squadron. And the silver lining is that another Tejas squadron will be inducted. We will have probably 2 more squadrons of Su-30 MKI, which we are negotiating. We will have 2 squadrons of MiG-29 as well. And with all the inductions due, we will be back to 34 squadrons. And with the 114 fighter aircraft tender, which will now play its role, let's see which aircraft comes in, whether it's Su-35 or Hornet or F-21 or Gripen or Typhoon. These old must give way to the new.
Okay. Air Marshal Kukreja, your view of, how would you look at MiG-27, the memory, and how would you summarize it? Its journey with the Indian Air Force, its time which it has spent?
Well, I personally did not fly the MiG-27, but I flew the MiG-23. And same variable geometry. It was, we used to call it as the swing wing. 16 degrees, 45 degrees, 72 degrees. So we used to call it the swing wing. And there were intermediate positions. We enjoyed flying it. Similarly, I'm sure the pilots who flew the MiG-27 enjoyed flying it. It served its purpose, what it was there, and I'm sure they have very sweet memories of it. Moving with times, you have to keep changing. Technology changes almost every year. Okay, as far as in aviation world.
Okay.
So we have to keep abreast with the technology, and as it was mentioned, that we have to think in terms of unmanned aircraft. America has already shown its capability of flying an F-16 unmanned. So I don't know what's going to come out in technology ahead.
Boundless opportunities as far as technology is concerned.
Yes, you can't.
Final words. Take 30 seconds. See, what happens is we have had a lovely tie-up with the Safran, the engine maker for a helicopter. We make the ALH helicopters, the Safran HAL tie-up. Now the IAF has told the MOD, the Ministry of Defence, that the speed of making the Tejas at the moment, Tejas fighter jet, is around 12 to 13 aircraft a year. It should be at least 20 to 24 a year if we have to match up to the world. I think we need a second production line, possibly a tie-up with some other country to make an engine on an aircraft, whatever. The HAL is working at it, but I think we need to do it immediately. It should have been done as of yesterday.
Okay, that is something which you don't forget to make this point every time you're here on the show, and that's quite important and significant as well. So that's all we have as far as the swing wing aircraft, MiG-27 Bahadur, the formidable ground attack fighter jet which Indian Air Force had for 34 long years, and how there are boundless opportunities as far as technology in the future is concerned. We'll come back again next week with a different topic. Till then, keep watching Rajya Sabha Television. Hello and welcome to Security Scan. I am Vishal Dahiya, and this week we will talk about Pinak guided rocket system. Now, the upgraded version of indigenously developed Pinak guided rocket system was successfully flight tested last week from integrated test range of the Odisha coast. Now, the multi-barrel rocket launch system Pinak Mark II, developed by DRDO, is modified as a missile by integrating the navigator, control and guidance systems to improve the accuracy and enhance the range. Pinak is capable of striking into enemy territory up to a range of 75 kilometers with high precision. The navigation system is also aided by Indian Regional Navigation Satellite System, NAVIC. Joining me for more on this particular weapon system is a distinguished panel of guests today. Let me first introduce the guests to you, beginning with Dinakar Peri, defense correspondent, The Hindu. We also have with us Retired Brigadier Rumail Dahiya, a defense expert, and we also have with us Retired Major General Ashwani Kumar Sivach. Welcome all of you gentlemen to Rajya Sabha TV studios. Let me begin with you, General Sivach. Let's try and understand what exactly is Pinak guided rocket system.
Vishal, you see, Pinaka guided missile system then basically is a multi-barrel rocket launcher which has got a launcher which has got 12 rockets can be fired, and in a battery there are 6 launchers and they can be fired within 44 seconds. So you can imagine that almost 72 bombs will be falling almost at the same point of time. Now, as far as Pinaka 1 is concerned, this need was felt, you know, to have your own rocket system somewhere in early part of 80s, but it did not able to materialize. But finally, it came slightly of the age in 99 when there was already there with us the Pinaka 1. It was tested in the war, and that was in Kargil war. We were not getting success there, and you were finding that the enemy had made some buckler, and it was very difficult to dislodge. It was either Bofors or basically Pinaka which was used, and it was very successful. It found that, you know, it could destroy those bunkers, and therefore in 2000 February, a first induction of this Pinaka regiment was done.
Okay.
And this was the start point. Now 10 of them have come by 2022. There will be 10 of them. Now 2 more are in pipeline. 6 more request has been already given. So these were basically private public sector. It was between Tata, Power, SAD as well as L&T and by the ordnance factory.
Okay.
Now this was the one which it felt that it was a game changer. One is it is indigenously produced. Second thing is that this can make a havoc on the enemy territory, especially the built up area or gun position or rocket position or the troops in open, or you can say including that it can be utilized for laying the anti-personnel, anti-tank mines at short notice. So this was Pinaka 1. The range was only about 40 to 45 kilometers.
Okay.
Now the need was felt that once we have manufactured indigenously and we have a capability, that there is a requirement of increasing the range and improving the navigation.
Okay.
And hence, the Pinaka 2, which we have now tested it in 19 December and 20 December in Barasol, Chandipur range in Odisha. This is the one where the ARD and DRDL, that is Defense Research and Development Laboratory in Pune, they both collaborated and developed a new weapon system which has a range of 75 kilometers and also a navigation system which is basically aided by Indian Regional Navigation Satellite, which is called NAVIC. So it has also got two things. One is the range has become 75 kilometers, and second thing is that its accuracy is almost 60 to 80 meters on the target area.
Okay.
So this is a game changer. Okay. It is a force multiplier, and this is again indigenous. So the point is the Pinaka 1 was indigenous, Pinaka 2 is also indigenous. There is an extended version of this is coming, which will have a range up to 90 kilometers.
Okay.
So overall, it's a very good weapon system. And when you add this weapon system with what we are now getting it over a period of time, after Bofors in 87, we were not able to modernize the artillery of Indian Army because due to the alleged corruption charges. Now, two things we have also added. M777, which are lightweight Hauser, which we have got it 145 from America, and these are basically manufactured in collaboration with Mahindra Defense, and these are about 145, which will be about 7 regiments, which will be coming over a period of time, and then 4 planes and mechanized operation, we have taken K9 Vajra. This K9 Vajra is a South Korean. Again, a very important weapon which is there. We are now taking it almost 100 of them, about 5 to 6. So this has also come. And in addition to that, these two weapons, this weapon is a game changer. And then what we have done is, Bofors we are not getting. So we have also indigenously manufactured Dhanush, which is a carbon copy of basically a Bofors. So overall, modernization of artillery is on the track. With these modern weapon system and Pinaka 2 coming, and thereafter, subsequently, we are even thinking of collaborating with Israel for Pinaka 3, range of 120 kilometers. So it looks like that modernization plan of artillery is on the right track.
Okay, so that's the overall picture of the artillery, as Jan Sivach has pointed out. Let me bring you in here, and on the aspect of Pinaka Mark II, which we're talking about right now, it also says that it has been upgraded and it has been modified as a missile by integrating the navigation and control systems. So what's the difference here between Mark I, Mark II, and how much improvement is there, would you say, from the field operation point of view?
You see, Mark I, the stated range was 38.5 kilometers. Roughly, we call it 40 kilometers. The modified one, which we are seriously working on now, is 65 to 75 kilometers.
Okay.
So on an average of 70 kilometers, let's say, maximum range. So from 38.5, it will go up to 70 kilometers. That's number one. Number two is, the Pinaka 2 rocket's nose has an antenna. This antenna makes it suitable for guidance. So what will happen now is that there are 2-3 improvements that are being made on the system. One, increase of range. So obviously propellant will change. Second thing that's happening is that it will be given a guidance system based on using NAVIC, and also simultaneously also employing Pathfinder weapon locating systems that we had got from America, as also a Swati missiles, which we are ourselves manufacturing indigenously, and an order for 28 of them have already been given. Also using Searcher 1, Searcher 2 and Heron UAVs, and also battlefield surveillance radars that are already in service. So what we are going to try to do is that using all these systems, we'll be able to designate the targets, improve its trajectory, thereby improving the circular error of probability, which is 60 to 80 meters now. It'll come down further. So the accuracy will improve, the range will improve, and another thing that will come into guidance subsequently is that mid-course correction.
Okay.
will take place, because many a time what happens is that the concentration of tanks, for example, now that concentration, by the time you launch it, there some movement might have taken place, and you want to carry out a certain sort of modifications with regard to the target designation or the movement of the target. So the best advantage that we will get by making it guidance, a guided weapon, is that we will be able to change the trajectory mid-course, thereby being more effective on ground.
Okay.
So therefore range will improve, the circular error of probability will get reduced, so therefore the accuracy will improve, and we will be able to change the target or the coordinates of the target even after the weapon system has been launched.
Okay.
Now the whole idea is this, of course we must also understand that whereas it is a game changer, it's a very useful weapon, there are certain restrictions to the weapon. One is that the Tatra 8x8 vehicle makes a long chain. As a result, it can't be employed in all kinds of terrains. That's number one. Number two, in mountains, etc., where road infrastructure is not that advanced, its employment gets reduced tremendously. Third is that the ammunition is very expensive. Even now, when compared to Smirch, wherein one rocket costs about 80 lakhs to 1 crore rupees, although the rocket of Pinaka 1 costs just about 25 to 30 lakh rupees, an improved version of this with guidance part also being there in the nose of the rocket, the rocket is not going to come cheap. It is at least going to be 50 lakhs to 60 lakh rupees. My initial estimate suggests that.
Okay.
Secondly,
but still cheaper than Smirch.
Yeah, it's still cheaper than Smirch. Second is that when we initially bought Pinaka 1, its cost was 2.5 crore rupees per system when we placed the order initially for 40 of them. Each with Tata Advanced Systems, SCD, and with the Heavy Engineering Division of L&T. So the cost was 2.5 crore rupees. The last time in 2016 when we placed the orders for 2 regiments, it was 3,300 crore rupees. The prices had gone up. But obviously it was not only rocket launcher, but also the vehicles part and other things.
The platform and the entire weapon system.
However, the moment you make it guided weapon system, is going to be much more expensive. So we must be very careful about, when we start demanding more and more of them, all those things will have to be balanced.
Okay, but then that is what the demand of the warfare is presently, to ensure that there is a guided rocket system like this. Let me bring in Dinakar here. Dinakar, General Sivaj pointed out how we began, somewhere in the late 80s to try and have this barrel rocket launcher system. Now, if we look at the timeline and the way we have reached here in 2019, having indigenously developed the guided version of this rocket launcher system and modified as a missile as well. So how would you look at this entire journey?
See, as you rightly pointed out, it began in the 80s, and in the guided one, in fact, the first test of the guided rocket was done in 2017, Jan 2017. So if you actually see like with all major military platform developments, the initial transition takes a bit of time, but subsequent upgrades are much faster. So as we see, in 2 years, 3 years, we have the guided rocket ready, and in fact, what the Mark 1 to now the guided Pinaka brings in is an area weapon, unguided, now gives you a precision capability.
Okay.
So that's where the transition is. See, and effectively with this, the Indian Army and the Indian military and even the political establishment, in the event of a future preemptive strike or the surgical strike scenarios which I've seen over the last few years, so we'll have another option of taking a punitive action or a precision strike without crossing the border at all, which happened in 2016. The army had to go across. Early this year, the Indian fighter jets had to briefly cut into go across the LOC and then come back to deliver their load. Now you have another option, say for launch pads, etc., within a certain 90 kilometers is a considerable standoff distance for you to engage from across the line of control or the border. So Indian Army gets this capability. Yes, it's expensive, as the Brigadier has rightly pointed out. But the point is, in such a scenario, if you're looking at the threat environment which we have in the neighborhood and India's unique situation, this is probably a much cheaper option for you to exercise.
And then gives us a enhanced capability
and
to go ahead and strike deep within the enemy territory.
And it's an indigenous one. It's our system, our companies have built it, and it's again a great example of a private sector partnership which has successfully worked since its inception.
Okay, I'll come to the indigenous aspect and the public-private partnership here as well. But stick to the need and the positioning of a weapon system like this, a guided one, as Brigadier Dey has pointed out. And General Sivatsha, you were also saying how in the artillery we are trying to go ahead and modernize the entire infrastructure. So, in the scheme of things, and if you look at from the end user's perspective, where does the guided Pinaka fits?
Vishal, see, 2-3 things stands out very clearly. Once it is a guided, accuracy improves. And range, once it is coming 75 kilometers, 70 to 75 kilometers, it is a tremendous weapon system, potency increase, and it's a game changer. Now, like what we were trying to bring it all, that key, how will it change the complete looking or outlook of Indian Army and Indian artillery? 2-3 things. One is that it is being indigenously manufactured. Now, anything which is indigenously manufactured, you can improve it, and it has a scope of exporting thereafter. Okay. It is something like after BrahMos, this is the weapon Pinaka 2, which there will be a lot of takers. So one thing is that this weapon system is a game changer. It is indigenously produced by public-private enterprise with L&T and your Tatas. Second thing is that it has got a tremendous accuracy. Earlier version was unguided, it's a guided one now, and therefore the accuracy has increased. Now, third thing which is coming is that in day-to-day line of control, what is happening as on today, you find the infiltration bids are made by the terrorists, and there are posts which are basically trying to aid and abet. Now, wherever it can be utilized and in the area which are inside, you find a training area is there about 35 to 40 kilometers, and that is where you find that it requires a punitive action. No, this is a very potent weapon. By 1 kilometer by 800 meters, it can put everything on the ground. So the threat of this weapon itself will be a big enough for a country like Pakistan. Remember that. Okay. Therefore, using, not using is in your hand, but without crossing, you can do that. That is a very important thing which is there. The another thing which, this is wrong, is that it is not only that all weapon system has to fire together. Even one weapon system that can be also fired, that one launcher can also do, because all launchers have got their separate navigation system. So all 44, in 44 seconds when this weapon system is going, all the 6 launchers are going, not necessarily. 5 can fire at one place, the 6th one can fire the another place, because it has got inbuilt navigation system which is making use of Navic. Okay. So this is then it has got also shoot and scoot. It is very difficult to target this weapon system. Third thing is that it is so modernized that it also capable of working in the environment of nuclear weapons environment, NBC environment. So overall, it is fitting into the plan of Indian Army for future, because Indian Army is believing that in future you have to mix of imported and also indigenously produced weapon system. BrahMos as well as Pinaka is your own produced. Now, including you have now copied Dhanush is a copy of Bofors. That again is indigenous. It is only K9 Vajra, self-propelled gun, and M777, which is ultra-light howitzer, which you need for Chinese as well as basically again mountainous terrain against Pakistan. Because that weapon system gives you flexibility that it can be now lifted by a Chinook helicopter, underslung, and it can go from one valley to another. On the northern, northern border and eastern border. So it is a game changer. That is again thing. Then you did not have a weapon system to basically the armored division and independent RT brigade of the strike corps did not have a RT which was self-propelled and matching capability. You have now got K9 Vajra from South Korea, which is being also collaborated by L&T. So this also manufactured here. Now we will be getting about 6-7 regiment of that. That is 114. We have already 100 of them which we have already signed. So again, that is a game changer. So overall, it is fitting in the modernization plan. Okay. And my point is, what I am saying is, the range why you see it, that Indian artillery is now basically going for mediumization. So the minimization of 150 mm caliber. So all guns and rockets will be of 155, so that it is easy to operate and all. Nothing less than that. That's point one.
Okay.
Second thing is the range wise they have gone it, that 40, 70 and all. So it fits into that. You have got Prithvi, Agni, which are also the missile system which is there. Then first Pinaka coming, then coming Prithvi, then coming Agni.
Okay.
So it is covering the whole spectrum.
So
that is what
it's a wide
is a
spectrum
game changer.
of, weapon
And second thing
systems
is indigenously manufactured. The cost can be brought down. And another thing is like BrahMos, it has got a potential market.
Okay. Bring it there.
Now let me just put across 2-3 things before we start considering it as a Brahmastra and an answer to every problem that an army has. Please understand that this weapon system can be employed about 15 to 20 kilometers, at least 15 to 20 kilometers behind the line of contact or behind your, let's say, LC or international boundary.
Okay.
Lesser in LC for the reasons that I conveyed to you, except in certain parts. In south of Pir Panjals, north of it, it's much more difficult. Now, 15 to 20 kilometers behind you do it. So the range, actual range gets reduced by that much.
Okay.
That is one thing we must understand. Second, today's navigation systems and the guidance systems and UAVs provide you that kind of a look inside the enemy territory or the adversary's territory. It provides that. So that's why it becomes easier to use this weapon system. But it's in its employment, with the present kind of ammunition, that is HE only being fragmented HE rounds available, others not being available so far, it can be used only against troop concentration or logistic areas which have large number of B vehicles, which are soft targets.
Okay.
It cannot, in the present configuration, cannot be effectively used against hard targets like tanks, etc. Although it will still kill some soldiers and people around it. And all that. So that's one part. Once the bomblets come in, anti-tank bomblets come in, or the incendiary ammunition also is introduced in due course of time, then probably its effectiveness will increase.
That's the next stage we're talking.
There's the next stage, and the costs will keep going up, like I said, but then that will be another part of it. Secondly, it has to be kept out of the enemy's counter-action range.
Okay.
Enemy, for example, has A100 rocket systems. American one, which is there with Pakistan. They've also 44 from China, which has a 80-kilometer range. Now, when we say 44 seconds and you can fire 12 rockets, very well. And in 4 minutes' time, you can also possibly reload it. All that is fine. But once you have fired the rockets from this system, from one position, you cannot imagine to stay back in that location. You have to get away at a sufficient distance from there that the enemy's counter-attack or counter-weapon firing does not take it. And now that requires very quick reaction, getting away from there, get into a defiled position which cannot be seen from front and cannot be fired upon from front, behind a mound or something like that, or a dug down positions. Now all this, so its employment must be very clearly understood by people, which poses certain restrictions. It's a very potent weapon. It can hit enemies' logistic areas, assembly areas, etc., and subsequently concentration areas. Although enemy will also take action, evasive actions of concentrating only at the last moment, being depressed, dispersed instead of coming together and all that. Avoid concentration, but all the same, we can still make use of it with very effectively for
it's in fact a new weapon which we have, and improved one, in fact, if not new, in terms of the guided aspect there as well. And the most important thing, which all of you have mentioned, I'd like to bring Dinakar again on that part, is the indigenous aspect of the technology and the public-private partnership here. Because that's the, in the larger scheme of things, this is what the focus area for us has to be from here onwards. So is this one more example that, yes, this can be done? That is the PPP mode and the indigenously developed technologies.
Absolutely. In fact, much before we talked of, such kind of partnerships or opening up private sector in the defense sector, Pinaka stands as an example, because right from the inception, Pinaka, L&T and Tata were in the loop. They were, making parts of it along with OFB and of course DRDO. So this collaboration has actually stood the test of time and is now giving certain dividends. In fact, this is actually a good template to replicate and refine it further based on the experiences we have. And just to, in a way, probably a carry forward from this is the ATAGS, the advanced heavy artillery gun, which is indigenously being developed. Again, in which Bharat Forge is involved, Bharat Forge and Tata are involved with DRDO and others. It's in advanced stage of testing. Army is happy with the gun, and we should see its induction very soon, probably in a year or so. So yeah, this is a great replication template to follow. I mean, this again, other than the BrahMos, because BrahMos, you should remember that it's a foreign collaboration. This is entirely Indian. In all sense, Indian research agency, development agency, Indian public sector, Indian private sector. That's the best combination. We want it to fructify in future.
Quick concluding comments, General Shivaj.
Yeah, Vishal, 2-3 things. As far as this weapon is concerned, it stands out that it's totally indigenous. We started sometime long time back in 90s and it took so much time. We should have gone long way. And now Mark II is a game changer. It is not only this, whatever capability we are saying is we can still improve on this. And this Mark III which is coming is 120 collaboration with Israel will be again a thing. And any weapon system which fired will be always vulnerable. The shoot and scoot is your policy. So you will also take a countermeasure. What I have seen it in basically of Vijay, basically that in Kargil war, the tremendous amount of shock action which it has produced was colossal. The Pakistani left the bunkers and ran away. This is the game changer. So the point today is, as far as Pinaka 2 is concerned, with its accuracy and the range, it is a game changer. It is indigenous. We must have a weapon system more like this. Along with BrahMos, it has got export potential.
So there it is as far as Pinaka Mark II guided rocket system is concerned, as our panelists are pointing out, with its accuracy and the range of up to maximum 75 kilometers. It looks like this is one potent weapon system which the Indian Army will have. And this is also a very interesting and an important example of how we can develop these technologies indigenously, and that partnership between public companies and the private companies as well. We'll come back again next week with a different topic and different set of guests. Till then, keep watching Rajya Sabha Television.
Vice President M. Venkaiah Naidu is a veteran of India's parliamentary democracy system.
भारत के उपराष्ट्रपति वेंकैया नायडू कभी कॉन्वेंट गया नहीं। ग्रामीण स्कूल में पढ़ा मैं बचपन में। मेरे परिवार में कोई पढ़े लिखे लोग भी नहीं था उस समय। 3 किलोमीटर पैदल जाके स्कूल जाके पढ़ के मैं वापस आ गया। बिजली भी नहीं था।
From being a legislator in Andhra Pradesh, he was a member of parliament, president of a prominent political party, and a union cabinet minister. Over the last 3 years, Vice President Venkaiah Naidu has maintained a very busy schedule. In addition to attending to his official functions, attending to his constitutional duties, taking part in national events, meeting leaders from political life, conducting the proceedings of the Rajya Sabha as its chairman, meeting dignitaries from various countries, interacting with world leaders, the Vice President has reached out to people in all corners of the country, engaging with them on a daily basis. He has been constantly seeking ideas, views and feedback about issues, solutions to public concerns, in order to chart the way forward to achieve national goals, demonstrating in the process an immense flair for connecting and communicating with people. Vice President Naidu's busy calendar of engagements shows that in the last 3 years he has attended over 800 functions, including over 300 lectures and over 70 convocation addresses, 71 book launch events and 72 award ceremonies. He has visited over 250 institutions and interacted extensively with students in almost all the states across the country. He interacted with scientists and educationists, farmers and students, and prominent professionals from different fields. The Vice President was equally prolific in using the written word to convey his views, impressions and thoughts, writing more than 300 articles on language, literature, culture, agriculture, public life and parliamentary democracy that have been published in more than 10 languages. He maintained an equally lively presence on social media, communicating through Twitter and Facebook on events, incidents and the burning topics of the day. As a keen observer of innovation practices and outstanding achievements, he has made use of the medium to applaud institutions and individuals who have made a difference. Through his speeches, meetings and interactions, the Vice President has been communicating ideas with lucidity and witty banter to drive home his message that positive change in various spheres of life is both desirable and possible. In his numerous lectures, he has presented the timeless universal vision of India, inspiring and motivating thoughts that bind our country. Also in his interactions with world leaders and Indian diaspora, the theme that recurs is the unique worldview of India that can make the world a better place. But then came March. The pandemic disrupted everything when it all came to an abrupt halt. The COVID-19 pandemic forced the Vice President to cancel all his engagements within and outside the country. But while the pandemic brought on a quieter daily schedule, the Vice President remained intensely active, connecting with people, talking with parliamentarians and various prominent persons from different walks of life, getting a sense of how people are coping with the pandemic across the country. Cutting across party affiliations, he spoke to friends, acquaintances, media persons, getting feedback and reports about the nation. Amid all this, Vice President Naidu also stayed connected with people in Udayagiri in Andhra Pradesh, the place from where he started his legislative career. The Vice President also joined the President in interacting with the governors and lieutenant governors to review steps being taken by various states against the novel coronavirus pandemic. He held virtual meetings with the Vice Chancellors of universities, of which he is the Chancellor. Exploring ways to translate national resolves into reality, agriculture is the theme closest to Vice President's heart. As a farmer's son himself, the Vice President has taken a keen appreciation of the role of farmers in nation building. He passionately seeks solutions to their problems, never losing an opportunity to know the realities on the ground by conversing with them. The Vice President has often called for concerted action on issues that impact the growth of agriculture as well as the quality of life of the people who depend on it. He has emphasized the advantages of diversifying cropping patterns, providing them timely and adequate credit, affordable storage facilities, access to wider markets and technology.
I understand the pain and sufferings of farmers when they face adverse seasonal conditions. I come from an agriculture family. I am a son of a farmer. Global warming and climate change are real and cannot be wished away by any longer. They are affecting weather patterns in an unpredictable manner, at times causing massive devastation. Can we not mitigate the problems faced by farmers due to nature's fury? Can the science throw up answers to these and other pressing problems faced by the farmers? How to improve soil fertility, how to make crops climate resilient, and how to make it nutrition efficient, how to improve productivity with less water consumption.
Looking ahead, Vice President Naidu sees a new cadre of young agripreneurs emerging in the future. Noting that agriculture reforms announced by the government recently will have far-reaching effects, he has called for their effective implementation to yield more profitable and sustainable agricultural practices. In order to increase on-farm incomes, the Vice President has encouraged farmers to take up non-farm activities like dairy, poultry, fisheries and explore the possibilities of establishing food processing units.
There has to be a renewed focus on agro industries, cold storage, warehousing, food processing, dairy, poultry, fisheries, value addition and other non-farm avenues for generating income.
In his interactions with agricultural scientists, Vice President Naidu is keen to find out how well they are able to connect with the farming community and to what extent is research and work in laboratories providing useful support and relevant guidance to farmers. While emphasizing the need to boost farm output and increase incomes of farmers, Vice President Naidu lays stress on having a holistic perspective on agriculture.
That advancement in science and technology will spur economic growth, which in turn will lead to elimination of poverty and other challenges faced by mankind. I call upon the scientists to focus on addressing various challenges from climate change to poverty elimination.
For Vice President Naidu, progress in science and technology, advances in the medical field are vital to enhance the quality of human lives. In seeking solutions to the challenges faced by humanity, he calls for determined efforts to expand the frontiers of knowledge through proper research and systemic development in various scientific disciplines.
Science must find solutions to problems like increasing urbanization, pollution, urban-rural divide, growing antibacterial resistance, genetic and non-communicable diseases, water scarcity, and also tension in day-to-day life. If you have tension, you cannot pay attention. Simple.
While addressing students and the youth, Vice President Naidu highlights the grand scientific traditions of ancient India, its path-breaking advances in fields like mathematics, astronomy, metallurgy, medicine, and architecture.
India was renewed as Vishwaguru, as I was explaining to you. The ancient Indian education system has produced brilliant scholars like Charaka and Susruta, Aryabhatta, Bhaskaracharya, Chanakya, Patanjali and numerous others. They made seminal contribution to the collective knowledge of the world in diverse fields. Swami Vivekananda once said, I quote, education is not the amount of information that we put into our brain and runs out there, undigested. All your life, we must have life-building, man-making, character-making, assimilation of ideas.
Exhorting the youth to continue this quest for excellence, Vice President Naidu staunchly advocates inculcating scientific temper in all schools and colleges.
I strongly believe that advancement in science and technology and a culture of innovation, area of paramount importance, if we are to surge forward with a greater momentum on the path to inclusive and sustainable development. We have, as a civilization, been one of the most receptive societies that has welcomed good ideas from across the world. The Vedic seers have said, let noble thoughts come to us from all sides.
Civilizations are rooted in their cultures. Vice President Naidu calls culture the perennial fountain of inspiration that shapes thinking, behavior, and perspectives on life. His extensive engagements embrace a range of cultural, educational, media, and spiritual events.
Arts nurture creativity in the society. Without a creative voice, a society will become stagnant. Without a creative voice, it will be only simply noise.
Vice President Naidu's abiding interest in Indian culture and artistic heritage found expression in his visit to Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore's house and when he delivered the Rabindranath Tagore Memorial Lecture this year. The Vice President also inaugurated the Ran Utsav, and the Tyagraj Aradhana at Tiruvayur. He was chief guest at the Adi Mahotsav celebrations at Mandla, 87th Sivagiri Tirthadanam at Varkala, and at the 66th National Film Awards ceremony. His busy schedule has included numerous functions held to honor outstanding scholars, journalists, musicians, and authors.
आज प्राकृतिक आपदाओं, प्रदूषित पर्यावरण से त्रस्त विश्व जब प्रकृति सम्मत स्थायी विकास के रास्ते खोज रहा है, हमारा जनजातीय समुदाय के पास पीढ़ियों का अनुभव प्राप्त वह ज्ञान और विद्या है जो भविष्य के लिए स्थायी, समावेशी और प्रकृति सम्मत विकास सुनिश्चित कर सकता है.
The Vice President is keen that the younger generation never loses sight of the glorious chapters in Indian history. He reminds them about the vast treasure that is Indian culture, while calling for conscious efforts to make this knowledge, wisdom, and skill available to a larger audience. Equally, he underscores the need to nurture the fine arts and propagate the classical as well as folk performing arts.
So we should all really maintain this cultural diversity, and there should be platforms that has to build to promote and propagate this timeless stories of unbreakable bonds of unity. They have to be maintained. Our cultural diversity must always remain the vehicle of unity, peace, prosperity and joy.
Spirituality is the basis for all religions. There is an inherent unity among all the religions. The same spiritual thread binds them together.
Vice President's oft-repeated statement, culture and nature for a better future, demonstrates his remarkable insight into how both culture and nature nourish us, sustain us, and improve the quality of life.
While planning the city, there must be cycle tracks, there must be pedestrian paths, there must be, as I told you, more greenery. Wherever I am going, I am telling the youngsters, love the nature, live with the nature. Love and live with the nature, that is the need of the hour. This has to be understood by all. Nature is very important. We have to take advantage of the nature. The sun, the light, the air, the water, all these things should be kept out of pollution. Otherwise, we will be affected.
We have a huge demographic advantage waiting to be converted into a demographic dividend. 65% of our population is below 35 years. 50% of our population is below 25 years. We should not miss this opportunity. We should enhance access to knowledge and skills to all children so that each one of them realizes his or her innate potential.
India's growth story is tied to the talent and energy of its youth. In numerous convocation addresses, Vice President Naidu has mentioned the tremendous opportunities that are open to skilled and professionally competent Indian youth, never failing to stress the need to combine their knowledge with ethical, humane attitude.
The need of the hour is to channelize the energies of the youth in constructive nation-building activities. My advice to youth is to shun negativism and not to encourage violence. Be positive.
While laying stress on equitable opportunities to learn and grow, Vice President Naidu pays special attention to the education of girls, the specially abled and the marginalized population. Good education, he says, not only reduces social inequalities but fuels innovation and creativity for sustainable and rapid growth. Education as an instrument of social transformation and national development is a concept that resonates in many of his addresses. Another recurring theme is his call to the youth to connect with the motherland and not to forget their mother tongue. Vice President Naidu firmly believes that not only must we be rooted in our native soil, but also have the ability to make a mark in the global canvas with our intelligence and diligence.
Language is a vehicle of intergenerational transmission of culture, scientific knowledge, and also a world view. We in India are fortunate to be heirs to a great linguistic tradition. Our country is a linguistic treasure house. Ours is a nation that is widely acknowledged for its extraordinary linguistic and cultural diversity. The plurality and coexistence of multiple languages add color and vitality to our country and make it unique.
Vice President Naidu has often revealed his profound reverence for Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, not only for integrating more than 550 princely states into the Indian Union, but also for leaving India a lasting legacy of a sound administrative structure, its civil service designed to provide good governance.
It was the vision and foresight of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel that led to creation of All India Services. He wanted the civil service to serve the people with jealously, with impeccable integrity, honesty and dedication. The officers of the government are the most valuable and trusted partners in the development of all regions. A civil servant like all of us Indians owes allegiance to the Constitution and consequently has a fundamental duty to strive hard to create a just society with equal opportunities for all citizens.
Emphasizing Surajya or good governance, Vice President Naidu has repeatedly underscored the critical importance of people-centered, responsive administration. He believes that a good policy is only a statement of political will, which he emphasizes needs to get translated into effective implementation.
Taking a leaf out of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel's life and the extraordinary mission accomplished by him, I would suggest that we focus on strengthening the program implementation and building up the competence and credibility of the institutional structures and adopt a work ethic that keeps national interest at the top and public welfare at its core.
As the chairman of the Indian Institute of Public Administration, Vice President Naidu has been highlighting the need to share and adapt good practices from across the globe.
For children, they leave the portals of the university, must be enlightened citizens, become responsible citizens. Our campuses must not become safe havens for politics of hate and violence to thrive. Academic endeavors and co-curricular initiatives must attain primacy in our universities and not factionalism or divisive tendencies.
In his focus on development, the Vice President constantly interacts with industry leaders, encouraging them to set higher benchmarks in excellence and innovation. At the same time, reminding them the need for ethical practices and fulfill their corporate social responsibility.
India has a billion dreams to nurture, nourish and take to fruition. I hope that Indian industry will be an equal partner in India's quest for sustainable and inclusive development.
Vice President M. Venkaiah Naidu visited 21 countries in the last 3 years. During the third year in office from August 2019, he has visited 6 countries. They included the 3 Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia and 2 countries in Africa, Comoros and Sierra Leone. He also led the Indian delegation to the Non-Aligned Movement Summit in Azerbaijan.
Let us make our movement align with that overreaching objective of improving the quality of life of our people. Let us be aligned with the forces of peace and development. Peace is the prerequisite for progress. If you have tension, you cannot pay attention. So we must all work towards achieving the larger aim of bringing peace across the globe. This is a message that I bring to Nam on behalf of 1.3 billion Indians.
In his personal meetings with heads of state and in the delegation level discussions, the Vice President articulated India's vision of building cordial friendships and enduring partnerships with all countries around the globe. He underscored the Indian worldview that sees all peoples in various countries as members of a large global family. In all his foreign visits, the Vice President addressed the Indian diaspora. To them, he has conveyed the India growth story, inviting them to contribute to it in whatever manner they possibly could.
You must have heard of the 3 Ds, which stand for democracy, demand and demographic dividend. The Indian diaspora is the 4th D. And I wish to reiterate here that you are a very important component of India's march to an inclusive, equitable and prosperous nation.
Vice President Naidu met many world leaders during their visits to India. They included President Donald Trump of the United States of America, President Khaitmagin Batulga of Mongolia, President Jair Messias Bolsonaro of Brazil, President Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa of Portugal. In his discussions with them, Vice President Naidu has advocated the need to set up a just and responsive world order through a reformed United Nations and create a world free from terrorism.
No country in the world is immune to consequences of terror, and now therefore curbing this menace would require a united response from the world nations.
Vice President Naidu was honoured by the government of Comoros with the Order of the Green Crescent, the highest civilian honour of Comoros. In a heartwarming message, the Vice President underscored the bonds that unite nations and the need to work together to bring lasting peace and sustainable development.
Let me, before concluding, quote two quotations, one from your national anthem and another from ancient Indian text that illuminates our collective future journey. First is your resolve to raise an independent nation and love your country, your religion and the world. Narikeni Aniya, Revenda Otamiya, Mahaba Yadine, Na Dunya. Second is the holistic Indian vision, authored by the Vedic sages almost 4,000 years ago. Samani va akuti, samana hrudayanabha, samanam astu, ko mano yatar va susahasti. Just as different elements in the universe coexist harmoniously, let us all work together, united by a common purpose, with a cordial, calm and composed approach.
The Vice President hosted a luncheon in honor of Her Excellency Mrs. Dang Thi Ngoc Thien, Vice President of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam in Delhi. His Excellency Wang Yi, State Councillor and Foreign Minister of the People's Republic of China, also called on the Vice President. In addition, the Vice President, who is also the Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, met parliamentary delegations from France, the European Union, Cameroon, Maldives and Canada. Till March this year, the Vice President had a busy and eventful schedule, one that involved travel across the country along with meetings and events. The nationwide lockdown brought everything to a halt. It was a time to stay at home, a time for reflection, virtual meetings, and a time to adapt to a new normal in the wake of the pandemic. That is when Vice President Naidu embarked on a mission connect. He made hundreds of telephone calls to his friends, teachers, long-time associates, old and new acquaintances, relatives, MPs, spiritual leaders and journalists to inquire about their well-being and to exchange views. The Vice President had conversations with prominent spiritual gurus of all faiths, talking to them about how they were guiding and motivating people in these challenging times. The Vice President took great joy in speaking with the people of Udayagiri, the Assembly constituency in Nellore district in Andhra Pradesh, from where he started his political journey after being elected as an MLA in 1978. The Vice President also spoke to several social workers and his fellow travellers in various struggles and agitations during his days as a politician. He found it immensely satisfying to hear of their efforts to help the needy and vulnerable population during these testing times. Media persons past and present in Delhi, Hyderabad, Chennai, Vijayawada, Nellore and other places said that they were touched by the gesture of the Vice President of India, calling them to inquire about their health and well-being. They gave him their account of COVID-19 situation in their respective areas. Deeply concerned about the disruptive impact of COVID-19 on the studies of students, Vice President Naidu has been constantly monitoring the progress of education in the country during the pandemic. Interacting with governors in the early days of the nationwide lockdown in March, Naidu, who is the Chancellor of Delhi, Pondicherry and Punjab universities and the head of the IIPA, urged them to explore the possibility of conducting online classes to complete the curriculum. In a video conference with the Vice Chancellors of the Delhi, Hyderabad, Pondicherry, Punjab and Makhanlal Chaturvedi universities and the Director of the Indian Institute of Public Administration, the Vice President urged the institutions to reach out to students, promote collaborative learning and self-learning. He also said online courses will supplement face-to-face learning that he foresees will become the new normal once the country tides over the current crisis. The Vice President also continued his practice of reaching people through various articles on social and developmental issues. He guided people on how to cope with the disruptive pandemic through a number of articles in newspapers in various languages. His posts on Facebook and other social media platforms exhorted people to follow safety norms and adopt a healthy lifestyle with a positive attitude. Adapting to the new virtual mode of communication, Vice President Naidu launched a book on the future of higher education, 9 mega trends. He also launched the first of its kind domestic social media app, Elements, developed by Indian software experts. Through the virtual medium, the Vice President delivered the keynote address at the National Convention of the Indian Association of Architects. On International Day of Yoga, Vice President Naidu addressed a virtual yoga shivir organized by SPICPK. His clear message to the people during the pandemic was that while we invariably have to push the reset button, we should avoid pressing the panic button. Vice President Naidu further called on people to do whatever is needed to stay safe with optimism. The Vice President has warmly welcomed the calibrated approach of the Union government led by Prime Minister Modi in ensuring that not only is the hardship caused by the pandemic mitigated, but also that the present crisis opens new doors of opportunity. Calling the government's reforms in agriculture and its support to the medium and small enterprises major path-breaking initiatives, Vice President Naidu has hoped that the Atmanirbhar Bharat mission will be the foundation for transforming India's development landscape. In the last 3 years, the Vice President of India, M. Venkaiah Naidu, has made it his mission to connect with people from all across the country, from farmers to scientists, students to administrators, artists and artisans. He has tried to understand people's problems, engage them in conversations, even as he has communicated solutions while bringing crucial issues to the center stage. One can be sure that for the Vice President of India, this communication will be a constant endeavor. One that will bear fruit by bringing about a holistic and positive change in the lives of people in their outlook, attitudes and approach to national goals and challenges in the journey towards a new India.
variant SI और SGNO 3